What it was the women's squad had requested Leander to fly it for Gay Pride Month. I said, yeah, fine, keep going.
Our first few crews have already completed their time trial. We have 30 crews in this event who are going to be contesting for just 16 places in the side-by-side racing. We'll have the heats for the Colgan Foundation Cup later today. So you're looking from our camera on the finish line as our first aspirational academic eights for the Colgan Foundation Cup are coming through the finish line. Hey. This event last year was won by the University of London A. A very competitive event. And we can go in now onto one of our crews in detail. As we cut back to the finish line now, and we can see crew 16 there, Surrey University. And that was Leeds University crew number 12 coming across the finish line. Followed by number 13, the students rowing from Lager in the Netherlands. Big international entry in this event for the Aspirational Academic 8s. Six international crews in total, and we can see in close up there what appears to be Warwick University. And Newcastle University A crew, crew number 18. My apologies, that previous crew we saw was Cardiff University, not Warwick, number 17. Two crews tight together coming up towards the finish line at Leander Club. Around about 1,500 metre course that our crews will be racing over this weekend. A slightly shorter course for the time trials. Around about 100 metres shorter. So we have our crews going off a rolling start. And Bath University, crew number 20, going past the spectator area just before the barrier. Then they'll be moving up towards the competitor zone, where the boating area is just before Fawley. That was Cardiff coming across the line there, crew number 17. And coming up to the line now is Newcastle University, number 18. The Blue Star is very strong in these academic events. I've won this event in its various guises multiple times over the years. You now see Wolfson College, Oxford, crew number 21. Next crew coming up to the finish line, Nottingham Trent University, crew number 19. And coming up towards the finish line, Bath, crew number 20, rounding out their time trial in the Colgan Foundation Cup for Academic 8s. Number 24, University College, Oxford.
Probably 22, but they're down at the moment. There's 21's on this side, 22's on the far side. 21 22, I think are going to take it. Yeah, 22's got it.
And it's had two crews very tight across the line there. That was Wolfson, Oxford, and Scholl of the Netherlands just coming across the line. Looks like Scholl just rowing through Wolfson in the last few strokes. Manchester University, crew number 23, the next two come up towards the finish line in their time trial. And following them down, Worcester Polytechnic Institute crew USA and University College, Oxford. It looks like the American crew rowing down the Oxford College crew as they come up towards the finish line. The American crew on the left of your shot on the Bucks station, going through the University College, Oxford crew on the Berkshire station. So just 5 of our crews remaining to finish their time trial now in the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic 8s, the first of our time trial events here at Henley Women's Regatta 2022. Next to the finish line, NUI Galway from Ireland. Our sole Irish entrant in this event. As we can see, one of our crews that has finished their time trial there, that is Bath University. They've spun just after the finish line and now paddling back towards the boating area, which is around about halfway down the course. 4 crews remaining now. All of these remaining crews are the B crews from their respective universities. The first of which is going to be the Cardiff University B crew, crew number 27. But actually it looks as though the Cardiff crew may have been overtaken by the Clark University, Massachusetts USA crew. Indeed, it is Cardiff that are holding on to their advantage. Can be useful in a time trial to have crews not too close to you, but close enough, whether they're either in front or behind, to either chase down or push off. So providing a little bit of extra motivation. So those are crews 27 and 28 moving through your screen now So just 2 crews remaining in this first time trial of the day in the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic 8s. So it'll be the top 16 from this event that make their way through into the side-by-side racing. And we can see our penultimate crew now, the Newcastle University B crew, crew number 29. Newcastle just finishing their time trial off there, and rounding us out is going to be the Worcester Polytechnic Institute of the USA, their B crew. Fantastic to have such strength and depth from these American colleges that have come over in such strong numbers. Worcester Polytechnic Institute, they came 5th in the Division 3 of the NCAAs in the grand final of the 2V, the second varsity 8s. And Worcester Polytechnic Institute were the NCAA overall team bronze medalists for Division 3. As we can actually just see their A crew there, rowing back to the start line. So that concludes the first time trial of the day for the Aspirational Academic 8s. That's the Colgan Foundation Cup. Our next event is going to be the Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8s. 24 crews will be contesting the time trial for that. Again, for 16 places in the side-by-side draw. We'll be bringing you that time trial in around about 8 minutes' time.
One of you's for one and one's for the other. Did you get the email? Bloody well talking during the...
So we are into our second time trial, this time for the Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8 and our first crew, Curlew Rowing Club number 31, followed by 32, Norwich Rowing Club. You can see this shot just from the end of the island. The crews, as they're just starting off their time trial and beginning to settle into their race pace. So we cut back to Curlew Rowing Club number 31.
Yes, lead good. Loose. 36, 37. You're moving. Stay loose. Stay loose. Stay loose. Good. Good.
Cambridge City Crew 33 starting their time trial off now. This event last year was won by the Tideway Scullers School by a little over a length. But Tideway Scullers not representing this. Not representing in this event this year, focusing more on the top level events. Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha. Tideway based crew next to start their time trial, crew number 34. Curlew Rowing Club, the first of our crews just coming up towards the finish line now, and we've now got Twickenham Rowing Club number 36. Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha approaching the competitor zone, going through halfway in their time trial. Now looking at Oxford Academicals, crew number 38. City of Oxford 35, and some good encouragement from the cocks. And going back down to the start, City of Bristol number 39. Twickenham Rowing Club coming through the middle part of their race. Worcester Rowing Club, crew number 40. London Rowing Club now, crew number 41. City of Oxford 35, finishing off their time trial. And we now go back down to the start, Sons of Thames. 3:42. Walked by Gray and McLister. And back to the course as we see Worcester Rowing Club number 40 going through the middle of their time trial. And Furnivall Sailing Club number 43 starting their time trial off straight by Joshua Morgan. Sons of the Thames going through the middle part of their time trial now, approaching the spectator zone. Sorry, approaching the competitor zone, my apologies. Another good shot of Furnivall Sailing Club there, going through the middle of their time trial. As we cut back down to the start, we see Tyne Rowing Club down from the northeast of England. Back to Barnes Bridge Ladies now going through the middle of their course. One of our former commentary colleagues here from Newman's Regatta, Ash Green, in the stroke seat. Two of our crews coming up towards the finish of their time trial now. This looks to be Barnesbridge Ladies, followed by Upper Thames Rowing Club crews 44 and 45. And the first of our shots from our drone today. See some fantastic shots of the river in Henley looking glorious. The famous boomed course going all the way down from Temple Island to Henley town. You can see the competitor zone with all of the boats on their racks on the left of your screen. And as we go back down to the course, Thames Rowing Club A, crew number 49. Looking very strong here. Thames put two crews very high up at the women's head of the river, also placed well at Met Regatta just a few weeks ago. Met Regatta, very important prep race for these crews. The opportunity to do full 2K, 6 crews side-by-side racing. And as we go back to the finish, the Canterbridgian coming up towards the finish line. Number 52, Oriel Kensington. Sorry, my apologies, 52, that's Bunnytown B. And Cambridge 99's 50, crew 50, coming through the middle of their time trial. And 53, the penultimate crew in our Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8, so that's Vesta B. So just one crew left to go in our time trial to start the time trial of the Cobus Cup for Aspirational Club 8. Reminder, 24 crews fighting for just 16 places in side-by-side racing. There's also seeded placings. So eight of the 16 crews from this event will be seeded, so they won't face another seeded crew until at least the quarterfinals. So it's important not just to qualify from these time trials, but to put as good a time as you can to guarantee the smoothest run to the final. Putney Town B here, coming through the middle of their course. Putney Town's centenary year is 2022, and it's its largest contingent Henley Women's Regatta in over a decade. This boat has two of the athletes returning from the 2021 Putney Town crew that qualified. So we're seeing the Vesta Rowing Club B crew, number 53, coming through the middle of their course, through the middle of their time trial, approaching the competitor zone. Even though it's early in the day, we've got a good number of spectators and supporters on the banks here at Henley Women's Regatta, providing their support to all of our crews. So the last of those crews coming out towards the finish now. That was 52, Putney Town, finishing off their time trial. And coming into your shot now is our last two crews, I believe. So we've got Worcester and Thames. My apologies, that was Putney Town and Worcester, not Worcester and Thames. So Thames, our last crew, still on the course. Great shot there from a drone of the spectator zone. Situated just between the barrier and the start. Number of opportunities for food and drink and retail. So if you're coming down to the course at any point over the next 3 days, please do make sure to drop by the spectator zone. Grab yourself a refreshment, especially if you're coming today when it's such warm weather. And we've got our club marquees as well down the end, which go right down towards the starting area. So that is our time trial complete now for the Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8s. The next of our time trials is for the Aspirational Single, the Bernard Churcher Trophy, due to start at 9:55. So we'll take a quick break and be back with you shortly. If you want to look at the results from any of today's time trials, or indeed the side-by-side racing, you can go to hwr.org.uk/results 2022. For the time trials, we don't provide the times, but you will be able to see the 16 crews that have progressed through to the heats, as well as the times of those crews that unfortunately were not able to qualify.
Depending on how it works.
So we're back underway with our next time trial, which is going to be for the Aspirational Single Sculls, the Bernard Churcher Trophy. 25 scullers contesting this one for just 16 places, and we can pick up our second sculler from St George's College. That is Avril Walters, attending Yale University and on the way back from a year-long lower back injury. So back injury is never nice for rowers, so good to see Avril back here competing at Henley Women's Regatta. And then picking up now from BTC Southampton, that is Emily Green. And the first of our scullers coming up to the halfway marker, Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford, club captain at City of Oxford Rowing Club, in fact, coached by the absolute legend Rod Andrews, and has apparently been mistaken for a junior so often that she is now referred to as a J28 sculler. Originally learnt to row at Merton College, Oxford, so stuck around in Oxford, now racing for City of Oxford. That is Caitlin Armstrong just going through the halfway marker now, looking very strong. So we've gone from having 8 charging down the course to singles. Very, very different beast racing this course in a single compared to an 8. You can see that the water, whilst mostly flat, there is obviously passing river traffic here that can affect things. We've now got sculler number 59. That's Savannah Dixon from Cambridge 99. And picking back up Avril Walters as she also comes through that halfway marker. So whilst in an 8, while the time trial for this is probably only going to take probably somewhere in the realm of about 4 minutes 30 for the top cruise. In a single, that's probably going to be about 2 minutes longer. So you've really got to make sure you're pacing your efforts. Picking up from Norwich Rowing Club now. That is Morella McGee.
I would take a confidence 55, yes. And then you can always got
Followed by Sophie Gray of Reading, now rowing away from the start area. And as we pick up again, our scholars a little bit further down the course, moving through that halfway marker. Our first scholar, Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford, coming up towards the finish now. And as we go back to Savannah Dixon of Cambridge 99, very distinctive blue and yellow, always easy to pick out. So just trying to pick back up where we currently are. So one of our Twickenham Rowing Club scullers. Shay Blackett from Twickenham. Shay began her rowing career at Reading Start, and now after a successful junior stint, she took a long break. Decided wanted to make a comeback, so she's joined the Twickenham Start programme this year. Edinburgh University's Lucy Barnard now, number 74, coming through the middle of the course. And off the start now, number 79, Georgia Jane Walker of Hartbury. You can see the launch following there. Georgia is a visually impaired sculler, so is racing at the end of the category today and is allowed to have a launch following her to provide steering support, but no additional coaching. Fantastic shot there of Georgia there from the drone, with the launch following closely behind, keeping a very tight line. And as we go back up the course now to, I believe that will be May Findlay of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Lucy Barnard now coming up towards the finish of her time trial in the Bernard Church Trophy for aspirational singles. "25 of these scullers competing for just 16 places, 8 of whom will be seeded. We've now got Kay Stenning of Walton coming up towards the finish now. Race was won last year by Vaire Obukowu of Twickenham Rowing Club. So just a few scullers left to complete their time trial now in the Bernard Church Trophy. And we have May Findlay of Nottingham and Union. City of Bristol's Romy Minko. And Jade Gowan of Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha, the third and second last scullers in our field here in the aspirational single sculls. And then it will just be Georgia Jane Walker of Hartbury to come across the line to round out the time trial for the Bernard Church Trophy. And Georgia Jane Walker now of Hartbury coming up to the line to round out her time trial in the Bernard Churcher Trophy for Aspirational Single Sculls. With the support steering launch behind. And the next event to bring you today will be the Redgrave Challenge Vase for Championship Pairs, which will be beginning at around about 20 past 10. So we are underway now with the Championship Pairs. And the first of those to start will be crew number 80 from Derby Rowing Club, Martha Nutkins and Sarah Rook. Derby Rowing Club followed by Maidstone Invicta. Crew number 81. They are represented by Lauren Newbold and Bay Drury.
The idea of me wearing my willow over my sailing gear, it would have to be inches on those sizes, 117 inches rather than 117 centimetres.
So Derby coming up towards the middle of their time trial now. A little look over the shoulder there from the bow of the Derby pair, just checking where they are. Shouldn't need to be able to do that too much for steering. You can do that just by looking straight down the course and keeping a constant distance from the booms to either side. But I think they're just wanting to check on progress down the course. Now see Imperial College coming through the middle of the course. Imperial represented by Laura Ellington and Elizabeth Witt. And back down to the start now.
So they might come out of order.
The next three are quite close together.
Where we can see number 88, that's Upper Thames. Local crew, of course. Reading Rowing Club number 84 coming through the middle of their time trial now. And down to the start, possibly one of the favourites for this event, number 89, Leander Club. Represented by Annie Campbell-Ord and Sophia Heath. And number 90 now, City of Bristol, represented by Sophia Stilling and Jenny Chapman. So we pick up Upper Thames again as they come through the middle of the course. And as we pick up the crew from School of the Netherlands, I believe. Sorry, that might be Bucknell University. One of our 3 international crews here today in the championship pairs to pick up Leander Club again, going through the middle of the course. That is indeed the crew from School of the Netherlands, crew number 91, represented by Arlette Roos and Chris de Mant. And as we cut to the finish line camera, we can see the Leander Club pair motoring down towards the finish line, looking very strong. As we pick up the Bucknell University pair, my apologies for misidentifying them earlier. That's Georgia Lambrakis and Chloe Siegel of Bucknell University, United States. They are the last crew on the course in this time trial. Huge entry in our next event, the Aspirational Doubles for the Rosalie McLaughlin Trophy, which will be starting at 10:30. So stay tuned for that one. Just 3 pairs now to come over the finish line: City of Bristol, Scholl and Bucknell. City of Bristol and Scholl, crews 90 and 91 coming up to the finish line now. City of Bristol being represented by Sophia Stinning and Jenny Chapman. Coming over the line. And Scholl finishing their time trial as well, so it'll just be Bucknell now to finish off and round out the Redgrave Challenge Vase for championship pairs. Just coming into your shot now, before we move on to our next event, which will be the Aspirational Doubles.
How do I? Can I get it?
I'm not actually sure. I think I thought it was on the screen somewhere, but it's not. So I'm not sure. Maybe if you just type in Henley Regatta on the website, there'll be a stream. But
I don't know if you can. It'd be great if you could get the picture.
yeah.
It's my team's might not be the greatest at the moment.
No, it's not. I just put that in. So it should, when that loads, it should come up. But I'm not sure. I'm just scrolling, but I don't know where it's still there.
You could see just the expert.
No, I've never done this before. It's my dad's friend who owns the business that deals with this, and he just asked me to come and help because I live quite close. So it's a bit. Oh, it's still loading.
Yeah, it's really, really slow.
Yeah. Online it might actually be ready. It should be on that website, but.
That's now. So our next event on the course, the Rosie May-Glothling Trophy for Aspirational Doubles. A huge entry in this field, where we've got 36 doubles contesting for just 16 places, so less than half the crews are going to make it through. And the first of those doubles is on the course now from Mason Invector, crew number 93. They are followed by Henley Rowing Club number 94. So we're continuing with the time trial for Aspirational Doubles, and crew 97 from Oxford Brookes University is our next one on the course. And that was Oxford Brookes' Ella Wilson and Nicole Smart. And Cardiff University, number 98 now. That is Grace Kennel and Clements Lucas Roast. Army Rowing Club, 102, starting off their time trial. Iona Kelly and Martina Lagatiera Wellington. Mortlake Anglian Alpha back at the halfway point, number 99. Rebecca Campbell and Christina Mattiotti. This aspirational doubles event was won last year by Walbrook Rowing Club. (103) Kingston Rowing Club A. Emma Griffiths and Laura Goddard. Emma learnt to row at Kingston as a student in 2020. Laura joined Kingston Rowing Club and started. And the next 5 doubles there, just starting off, was the De Montfort University Leicester University composite number 116. Just picking up Nottingham Rowing Club again, number 113, as they come towards the middle of the course. Nottingham represented by Cara Povey and Elisa Wigdal. Oxford University Lightweights crew 120. Represented by Katie Wellstead and Jojo Blythe. So now go further back up the course. And I think we're picking up now one of our Dutch crews in DBR DSR Proteus Aritis, number 114. Sorry, 115, my apologies. There are quite a few Dutch crews that have come over for these aspirational doubles. I can see at least 4 Dutch crews on my start list. And they're looking strong now as they row through the competitor zone. Pick up Twickenham Rowing Club, number 122. Represented by Emily Granica and Carrie Griffin. And back up to our De Montfort and Leicester University composites. Picking up the Nottingham Rowing Club B crew here, number 125. And now looking at the Twickenham C crew, our last crew on the course, number 128. Represented by Georgina Owen and Elizabeth Lewis. Both rowers have only started recently on the start programme, although Georgie has swept with Newcastle University prior to moving to London. And they've both wanted to experience Henley Women's inner sculling crew, so fantastic to have them here in our Aspirational Doubles, the Rosie May Glothling Trophy. Two of our doubles there coming across the line quite tight together. So we come up into the closing stages of the Aspirational Double Sculls for the Rosie May Glothling Trophy. All of our crews, at least if not finished, in the second half of their time trial. Our next time trial will be starting almost immediately afterwards, the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. Race number 6 starting at 10:55. Nottingham Rowing Club 125 there coming across the line. So just 3 crews left to finish off now. So moving immediately now onto those Aspirational Lightweight Singles for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. First of our lightweight events today. And starting off with Hollingworth Lake, sculler number 129. That is Leanna Daniels representing Hollingworth Lake. So a good shot there of one of our scullers going through the barrier. Barrier around about 550 metres into the race. A little bit less from the time trial because they're not going right off the start. They go round the state boats, paddle off, and then they go through the timing start line, which is around about 100 metres later. So this is Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake coming past the barrier now into the competitor zone where all the boating tents are. And we now pick up 133 Warwick University, represented by Alyssa Basinger. So well underway with this time trial for the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Singles. 19 scullers in this one, 16 of whom will qualify, 8 of whom will be seeded. Oh, and we've got 2 scullers very, very close together here. So they go through, and it's to be Notts County Rowing Association rowing through Warwick University. So that is Aline Hayrick rowing through Alyssa Basinger in the first half of the course. So very strong time trial there from the Notts County sculler. And a Canadian sculler here, University of British Columbia. Megan Camplin there. And 2 more of our scullers very tight together. Got London Rowing Club and Exeter University. Devon Ward and Isabel Thayer. See the Exeter sculler there with the green blades. And back down to the start. What looked to be the Distinctive colours of Queen's University Belfast, 141. Picking the Cambridge University sculler back up now. Miranda Clements, member of the lightweight crew that sets a new record for the lightweight boat race against Oxford this year. Out of the 8 and into the single, as we now see number 143, Birmingham University A, Erin Meredith. And 139 at the halfway marker, that is Megan Camplin of UBC. Coleraine Grammar School's number 140, Kirsty Dalzell, going through the halfway marker. As we see some of our crews rowing up to the start for their time trial. Very aggressive looking sculling there. Didn't quite pick the number up on that sculler. To be based on the colours, I would say maybe the Oxford University lightweight sculler, Hazel Wake. Picking up Queen's Belfast's Orlaith Sonner. Laith is a postgrad medicine student having first learned to row during an undergrad degree at Strathclyde in Scotland. Key member of the women's squad, most recently won a bronze medal at Butts Regatta, and will also be going to USA in the lightweight quad in September, which is going to be contested in Turkey. Queen's Belfast had a fantastic performance on the sculling side, both women's and men's, being followed down by Niamh Rigby of Edinburgh University, number 142. Tideway Sculler School now 144, Francesca Bailey-Tate. And picking up the Oxford University sculler again there, Hazel Wake, sculler number 145. Third last of our scullers to come down the course here in the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight singles.
So here we are for the start of the Haslam Trophy for Championship Lightweight Doubles. We've got, these women are all have to be under a certain weight, so the crew average must not exceed 57 kilos and no competitor may exceed 59 kilos. The first crew we've got here is from Durham Rowing Club, with Laura Musket in stroke seat. Sorry, that's Lillian Musket and Nicola Fleck for Durham ARC coming through here. They are closely followed by Newark Rowing Club. In this lightweight double, we've got quite a strong headwind here today at Henley, which makes it quite unique conditions for this time trial. And with only 9 crews in the event, with a lot of foreign crews come over to contest it, all crews that are racing this time trial will qualify, so this is a race exclusively for seeding. Behind them, Reading University, club from England again, followed by a lot of different national internationals who have come over. Reading University very focused on sculling, one of the top sculling programs in the country. They're followed by crew 152, University of British Columbia, come all the way over from Canada. So, made a long trip over here to race today at Henley Women's. We're now looking again at this Durham crew. Rowing really well in these quite difficult conditions. Not much stream today, but that headwind makes it really difficult coming into that last bit of the track. On your screen now is crew 155, University College Dublin from Ireland. So now we have on screen the Australia National University Boat Club. This is their B boat in the event. We saw their A boat go past earlier. Okay. They're one of the leading championship lightweight doubles from Australia. And they've come over now to contest this event in the UK. Swapping back onto crew 154. Hawke's Bay, again another crew from that side of the equator. We've got from New Zealand, they've come over to race as well. In this boat, we've actually got one of the oldest competitors at the regatta. She's come over, only been rowing for 6 months or so, and helped sponsor the regatta. So amazing effort from her to race here for the first time ever, and only previously ever done 2 races. Incredible effort. So again, quite a unique situation for these doubles where all of the boats here will qualify for their event, but they're essentially racing to be seeded in the crew. So what do you think will be going through their minds when they're racing?
I think they'll basically just be putting everything on out on the water this morning, because if they can get one of those top 4 seeds, that should put them in a really good position, get through to the semi-finals and then push on even through the final.
Yeah.
They don't want to, you really want to try and avoid who you might see as the potential fastest crew in the event in the earlier rounds if you can. Although obviously you want to beat everyone if you're going to take home the trophy in the end.
Of course, yeah. Do you think it will be playing on their minds that they'll have to race multiple times across the weekend, or they'll just be doing their best to get the seed position? And
it could be playing their minds, but personally I would probably be putting everything down for the top seeding.
Yeah.
But it could. I don't actually know when their next race is. Is it today?
No, I don't think it'll be today.
So yeah, there's no reason not to just go all out.
Yeah. So they'll be finishing off, recovering as well as they can.
Yeah.
Ready for tomorrow. Yeah, excellent. So that's the end of the championship women's lightweight doubles, the HWR Trophy. Coming up next, after a short break, we'll have the championship 8s, the Romney Cup. On your screen now, you're seeing the first crew in the Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Cup. In the time trial, we've got Bucknell University from America. They've come over to contest the Championship 8s. This is the blue ribbon event for women's 8s at this regatta, and we'll have a really, really high standard of rowing with a lot of big names competing. These guys have come over, they're going to try and take it. Every one of these crews will qualify from the time trial, but again, they're racing for seeds. We've got 15 crews total, 6 of which will be seeded. They're rowing really well. Next up is crew 159, Tideway Scullers. And they'll be really going all out to try and take this event. Grum, talk to me a bit about Tideway Scullers.
Oh, Tideway Scullers, one of the strongest domestic crews this year. They've had really good results all year round, probably best being top 3 at women's head. Definitely a very impressive programme they've got up there on the Tideway.
Yeah, and they've been competitive for a couple of years on the women's side, as we just watched the first crew, 158 Bucknell University, coming to the end of their time trial. And I'm sure they'll be really trying to make an impression on this event with a lot of strong competition, both Bucknell and Tideway Scullers. So next we're watching crew 160 Oxford Brooks, and as I mentioned earlier, all of the crews that race this time trial will then be racing multiple times across the weekend, and they all qualify for the event. So it looks like Oxford Brooks have taken the decision maybe to paddle this time trial and save their legs for later on in the day when they're racing again. I think they're racing about 5 o'clock, so it's quite a quick turnaround after this time trial. Happy to avoid getting seeded, which is definitely an interesting decision. Switching again to Tideway Scullers, coming to the end now. Worked really hard, rowing really well. So swapping now to, this is Brown University, come over from the US. Ivy League College, they've wearing those pink hats. Come a long way from Rhode Island. This is their varsity women's 8, so they're top women in their programme. As we take a look at crew 158 here, Bucknell University. Bucknell as they cross the finish line. I'm sure they've left it all out there. We now swap back to the start. Crew 153, NCRA. Unfortunately, I don't have much information about this crew. But again, they must be of an incredibly high standard. I think it's Nottinghamshire County in the green there. Here come Tideway Scullers across the line. Work really hard. Looking really good. Now on your screen is Cal Berkeley and another foreign crew that have come over. These are again the top varsity women from their programme over to contest the championship eights. And swapping again to Brown, who I'm sure they've raced plenty against Cal this year. They'll know each other well, so it'll be hopefully an exciting matchup for later in the regatta. And a lot of these eights will be over not just to contest Henley Women's, but also to contest Henley Royal. I'm sure they'll be have a really packed racing schedule for these next few weeks. On the screen again, Nottinghamshire County, racing this one all the way. Looking really sharp there. Next up, we've got Leander Club. This will be their top women's eight. Really, really big programme at Leander, and they've been very successful over the years. And this will be their top women from that programme. Just look at that. Brilliant model of rowing. And as we swap back over to Cal in the yellow, all in ones there. There we can just see Edinburgh off the start. Edinburgh have been incredibly successful this year. They've won the Victor Durham at Bucks on the women's side. Really making a good impression, some really silky rowing. It's nice to see. Sorry, they were second in the women's VL. They won the men's. Regardless, an incredibly successful year for everyone at Edinburgh. Crew 167 off the start as well. This is Thames Rowing Club. This will be their top women as well. Incredibly successful women's programme, Thames. They've really built their women's squad up from nothing a few years ago into a seriously competitive outfit. They've only gone from strength to strength. This will be their top 8, the top boat in the programme. I'm sure they'll be right up at the top of this time trial and hopefully trying to get a seed. As we watch Cal come across the finish line, swapping back onto this Edinburgh boat. Rowing really well, about halfway down the course now. Not the easiest conditions out there. They're really letting the boat run, making it work for them. The iconic baby blue. Okay, on the screen now we've got University of London. Again, seems like I'm harping on about this, but there's all incredibly competitive women's programs and none more so than UL. They managed to win both days at Met in the Championship Women's Eights, so I'm sure they're really looking to come out here and take the win, get themselves a seed and go all the way to the final. They'll of course be racing again later today at around 5 o'clock. So it's an interesting decision they've got to make here, the coaches, and it looks like most of them have chosen to race this as hard as they can. As you see Leander coming across the line, leaving nothing there, leaving nothing out there, and they're down. Now swapping to UCD, who come over from Ireland to compete today. They're an Irish crew, coached by Tom Sullivan. He's been coaching for 60 years, so a lot of experience in the coaching staff of this boat, and definitely shows in the way they're rowing. Looking again at Edinburgh, really winding up the rate across the line. There they are, down. Hard racing in these conditions. Back to UL in the iconic purple. They're looking really sharp. And looking now at Leander B, we've seen their A crew go down already, but just because this is their second crew in the event certainly doesn't mean they're rowing any worse. It's a seriously high standard. To be swapped to Thames coming across the line, another crew that chose to race it today. Thames, of course, rowing on the Tideway. They'll probably be used to the bumpier conditions today. As we look at the backs of London, Cambridge, Thames composite, there's also Cal Berkeley in there. So these are a lot of women who have come over from the US. They've all joined together. They've all got respective clubs from the UK, perhaps learned to row in the UK, and are now put together an outfit to come and race this event. And they're rowing really well. Looks like they're based out of Thames Rowing Club, Thames Blades. It's good to see. There we see Laha and Proteus, composite from the Netherlands across the line. Made a big journey to be here as well. As we swap back onto Leander B, as I was saying earlier, a seriously excellent crew from a really good programme, and I'm sure a lot of these women will have aspirations to win or win these events or be pulled into the national team. And straight on to Championship 4s now, the Avril Velicott Cup. We have an entry of 10 crews in this, so again, 10 crews, 10 qualify. So again, this will just be a race for seeds. Again, we've got another really strong UL boat coming down. We've just seen their 8 go down, and now this is their Coxless 4. Sorry, not UL, that's Durham. Again, having a really good year, Durham. I think there's been a lot of change for them up north, and they've come out of it well, and they've been doing well at Bucks and at the heads. As we swap to this composite from Thames, London, Cal Berkeley, Texas Unisuit in there as well, as they finish off their time trial. And then back to UCD with that 60 years of experience in their coaching staff. It's definitely showing. On our screen we can see Brown University off the start. So another one of their boats that's come over. These will be some more of their women's programme, Ivy League, as we swap back to that Durham crew. Steering a good line here. It's very difficult when you've got the foot, you're trying to row as well. In this championship falls event. As we swap back to Leander, and I really like what they're doing in that 4, rowing really long, really loose. And it's quite a unique situation in these 4s, Graham. We've got one of the women will have the foot, they'll have a steering column. And what sort of impact does that have when you're rowing?
Well, the steering is crucial at Henley because obviously instead of like boys, you hit that wooden boom. Like, I can totally ruin your race.
Of course.
But whoever has the steering foot will be pointing in the direction they're trying to go. They'll be just watching the flow, making sure they stay as close. Well, they're probably aiming roughly for the middle since it's a time trial, but it would be trying to keep as straight as they can, because obviously that's the fastest thing. Just minor adjustments, but it is a very tough gig, and it's not a role a lot of people want to do. It's usually you find like your sort of team leaders will take over that.
It's extremely high pressure,
yeah.
Especially when you've got other roles in the boat. Where do you think the foot will be for most of these boats? Do you think it'll be in the bow or in the stern?
Most of these crews probably have it in the bow seat, as a lot of them are based on rivers where that's just the safest thing. But
yeah,
I personally really like steering from stroke seat because you can just see all the movements much easier. But it's usually just dependent on the crew.
Yeah, we just had a quick shot of Edinburgh there, as we go back to Leander, rowing really long, really loose. Again, serious headwind here today on the course.
A lot of international experience in this Leander crew as well, with Sam Corty especially.
And there we've got a Tyrian Club UL composite. From the looks of it, we've got the Tyrian unisuit in the bow. The Tyrian is of course the alumni club. Don't know the story behind it, but I assume they've come together, still been training as part of Tyrian and looking to compete in these regattas. That's crew 173 Durham, the first crew who were in the time trial, coming to the end of theirs. Every crew so far has chosen to race this time trial, despite all crews going through to the final. So all 10 crews will qualify. Only 4 will be seeded, and they'll seed that from the times that they did in the time trial. Looking there at UCD, sorry. So another Irish crew. Again, really like the length that they're getting. into this headwind. There's Durham, first crew, across the line. Good time trial. And now on your screen, got crew 181, Nottingham University. Slightly different for them. They'll be used to rowing on the Trent and on the Boyd course up in Nottingham, where Bucks is held. But they're dealing with this different water and the stream well. As we look back at this Tyrian and UL composite, coming through the middle of the course. And by the looks of it, we've got another Tideway Scullers crew coming down in this Championship Falls event. So they've got 2 crews in this event, A crew and a B crew. Absolutely nothing off the skin of their B crew. All excellent athletes as well, rowing really well. As we just swap back onto crew 180, UCD. As we heard earlier, really experienced coaching staff over there. We see not at the start for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic 4 minuses. And Nottingham Rowing Club, Nottingham University, their Championship 4. Again, dealing with these conditions. As the Thames crew go across the line. Long, difficult time trial. They dealt with it well. Again, we're mixing between the Championship and the academic crews here. It's Imperial College. I believe they won this event last year. I might be wrong on that. But they seriously strong programme, rowing on the Putney Embankment and Tideway. Very prestigious university. A good rowing programme. I'm sure they'll be looking to contest this event, go deep into the regatta. Swapping back to Tideway Scullers. Who have all had an incredible season this year. I'm sure they want to continue building. UL Tyrian composite again on your screen. Just coming across the line there. Worked really hard in that time trial. Not easy. That looks like Liverpool Uni in the academic. Coxless Fours, and we're swapping back onto Oxford Brookes, who, by the looks of it, chosen to race this time trial. They're Championship 8. Chose not too earlier in the day, of course. So for this event, there are 15 entries, only 12 crews qualify, so they're almost forced by necessity to race with 6 seeded crews. Oxford Brookes, of course, one of the top university programmes in the country, rowing in Oxford, out of Wallingford, and I'm sure they're going to try and make a big impression across the regatta in multiple events, including this one. As we just jump back to watch University College Dublin over the line. On your screen, another Irish crew, crew 187, come over. Coleraine GS, all the way from Ireland. Looks like they're using Leander blades. And as we watch Tideway scullers B cross the line, it's the final boat in the Championship Fours category. So now every boat you see will be contesting the academic fours, the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. As we see Cambridge University coming down. Cambridge crew, Millard, Graff, Armstrong, Riddle Webster. Followed closely by their counterparts in the boat race, Oxford University women. I'm sure both those crews will be wanting to get one up in each other after a very competitive season with the boat race and everything else. As we just swapped to Oxford Brooks, crew 183, first crew down in this time trial as they near the finish line, raising that rate, sprinting for the finish. Next up on your screen is Newcastle University crew 190 in this Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. Really, really strong programme up in Newcastle. I think they've had a difficult year, but they train seriously hard. A really difficult training programme run by an Italian up there, and you can see it in the way they're rowing there. They're really attacking it off that start. As we swap back to Imperial, as they're nearing the finish line, the end of this time trial. 100 metres, sprinting for the finish. Looking again at Oxford, really rowing well together, letting that boat run, moving really nicely. Quite bouncy water out there. All of these crews have dealt with it really well so far. After a hard winter training block, rowing consistently on difficult weather. Really impressive to see the results of all the training. Composite here from Aberdeen Uni, Robert Gordon Uni, I believe. As we swap back to Newcastle, still keeping that really aggressive, high rhythm. Bucket in the middle there. Bucket will help the boat go straighter, slightly more efficient for the person with the foot. Hopefully they don't have any steering issues on the way down, they look very sharp. Again, swapping to what looks like another composite. This is Glasgow Academy and Glasgow Uni. Scottish crew. I'm sure they've trained in had a very difficult winter training block with the weather up there. It's showing now as they race down in these academic fours. As we see on our screen, St Cat's Oxford. This is University College from Oxford University. I assume those women will be competing in summer bumps, which is a slightly different format of racing to here. We just swapped the finishing line. Last crew in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for the academic Cox's Fours. We've got Njord from the Netherlands. Crew that's come over. We've got a couple of internationals from Njord contesting this event and one from Ireland. They won't have come over for no reason. This is their second crew in the event, the B crew. But again, absolutely no shame in that. They're moving that boat really well. I'm sure they're looking to take some scalps today. And they could even end up racing their first crew were they to get through. So just a reminder for the academic 4 minuses, the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, there were 15 entries and only 12 of those get through. As we watch Newcastle still rowing in that really tough rhythm across the finish line. And they keep coming thick and fast. Now Steve, the time trial for the Club 4 minus, the Leicester Trophy. Now, this is a event with 19 crews, clubs up and down the country, so these are not students, these are generally people with full-time jobs, working and rowing at the same time, which is seriously impressive. 19 crews, 16 of which will qualify, 8 of whom are seeded. So again, they have to race this. Just saw Maidstone and Victor come past. Just watching the end of the academic 4 minuses as well. So we swap to UL boat, crew 192, as they wind for the line. Here we go, back on the Leicester Trophy, Club 4 minuses. This is Star Club. On the screen there, Agecroft Rowing Club. Again, just to reiterate, these are all full-time workers. Agecroft, a club from Manchester, or near Manchester, row on the River Irwell. As we look again at the first crew down in this club, Cox's Fours, 198 Maidstone and Victor. As we swap to another outfit from Tideway Scullers, we've seen a lot of their boats today. Seriously competitive, McWilliam, Armstrong, Ward, Taylor, and I'm sure they're looking to go deep into this event today. Rowing really well there, dealing with the conditions nicely. As we swap back to Star Club, in the bucket in the middle there, working well together, all rowing really well. That's Hawkins, Tucker, HWR and McBride from the Star Club. As we swap over to, looks to me like Worcester Rowing Club. Pickering, Folds, Halpin, Johnson. We just take another look at Agecroft there. Agecroft from Manchester. We've got a doctor, someone who works for the fire service, British Cycling, and British Wool Company. Zoe in the bow works for the Wool Company, but she's also vice captain at Agecroft. So very involved in the squad, and I assume they have high hopes for this event. You can see Oxford City of Oxford, and down. We've got some good information about this crew: Lucy Romney, Freya Willis, Tamara Alonso Ayres, and Matilda Mann. They've got an Aussie in the boat, so a lot of these girls are studying but row for this club. Perhaps they didn't want to row for their boat clubs, or they preferred to row at the competitive squad. Lucy Romney from Devon. She rowed at Dartmouth as a junior. I'd actually learned to row at the same place as her. She's in her final year of studying music at Oxford Brookes. She's hoping to join the fire service, so I'm sure she can have a chat later on with the member of the Agecroft boat. As we swap again to Worcester, rowing really nicely. They look nicely up on top of it there. Working well. I believe Worcester Rowing Club went deep into this regatta last year in this event. So I think they'll be looking to make another good impression. As we swap to the London Rowing Club boat, we've got Gracie Bake, Angela Hitchens, Elizabeth Cottrell, Jenny Arthur. These women, seriously talented, really looking to make a big impression on this event. The London squad's got a lot of hopes on them. And every single one of these clubs will have worked really hard to be here. It's really great for them to get a run down this prestigious track. As we look again to the start, back to Worcester, crew 203. And again, looking back at the start of this time trial, the Leicester Trophy. 19 entries, 16 crews through to the next round. Twickenham Rowing Club. Again, another bucket. Some crews choose to put that bucket, that tandem rig, in the middle of the boat. Helps the boat go straighter. Can help rowers sink up a bit more by rowing with someone on the same side. Looks like it's working well for that Twickenham crew. As we once again see London rowing really well there, looking really loose and long. And swapping again to City of Oxford, who we mentioned earlier. Crew 208, Barnesbridge Ladies. No tandem rig in this boat. Standard lineup. They row again on the Thames. Seeing a lot of crews, not only from the Thames but from the Putney Embankment, competing today. As we swap to another of those crews, Worcester Rowing Club. Again, rowing really well. This looks like a good attack from Worcester. They've had a very solid season, performing well at the women's head. They've really been building for a while now on their women's side. Out of London, who we see here. They've 2 years ago there was no women's squad at Worcester. Now got a seriously competitive outfit who've been building really extensively. Let me take a look at Twickenham again in that tandem rig as I spoke about earlier. And again, another Tideway crew. You see here, Thames Rowing Club. They have boats in the championship events, but again, not to say that this crew is anything short of excellent. Sure, they'll have performed extremely well throughout the season at races like Met and the Women's Head. Now come together into a Cox's 4 for this event. So we take a look again at Barnesbridge Ladies. Crew after Thames, Nottingham Rowing Club. As we take another look at Worcester, those distinctive colours. Crew 210 off the start, Royal Chester, Steward, Bughazi, Palisade and Williams. Rowing really well. We now swap to the crew directly after them. Got the Lee Rowing Club. This is Lee's B crew in the event. In their very obvious orange there. Again, rowing really well. Really great to see. Clubs from all over the country. Again, a lot of London representation. Lee rowing just outside of London. A lot of people travelled. Haven't got many internationals in this event. This is all domestic crews. As we swap back to another London club, Worcester. Looking really good here as they come into the final stages of this time trial. Looking at the tails there of Royal Chester. Next up, Marlow. See there in the red, cardinal red, I believe. They'll have spent a lot of time on this stretch. Club from just nearby. They'll know it well, and they'll know the distance they're racing. puts them in a slightly unique position. Of course, I'm sure a lot of these clubs will have trained. They'll know the distance, they'll know the course, but when it's essentially your home water, it makes it a lot easier. As we see the back, Thames Rowing Club. And again, over to the lee. Rowing really well. Looking very clean. And Nottingham as well, rowing really well. Difficult training programme up there. Small squad, small club, at least compared to some of the giants like Thames, as we've got on our screen. But to be competitive with a smaller pool of athletes is very commendable. Thames really swinging on it into this wind. Looking good as they cross the line. As we swap again to Rochester. From up north around the Liverpool area. Chester. Let me see the backs of the Lee again. I think this is Lee Rowing Club B, route 215. So a good entry from the Lee in this event. As our picture stays on the lee, we then swap over to Nottingham, coming towards the end of their time trial. There we go, still racing hard through the line. Really impressive. You don't want to wind it down too early and risk losing time, especially when not all of the boats from this time trial will make it through. Rochester B here. There are 19 crews competing for 16 spots. And the top crews will really be wanting that seed. And seeding, of course, allows them to draw a crew that perhaps went a bit slower in the time trial. Doing a better run through. A lot of racing packed into these 3 days across the weekend. They want to stay as fresh as they possibly can. And from our what I can see on screen, there have been no steering incidents so far, which is really impressive. Of course, they've got a bit more space than side by side. They can go down the middle, but it's very difficult to row and steer at the same time. And all of these women have done it brilliantly. Steered a really good course. It's really positive that no one's come into contact with the booms, especially when you're exhausted coming towards the end. Boats won't always go straight. So it's really impressive to see what these women can do with the foot. Just shows what experience and practice can bring you.
Oh, so it's too warm now. So it's currently 5975, I think I had it on. Which it is, yeah. It's on preset edge. It's on preset edge, yeah. No, there's A, B, B turns into an R1. Sorry? Not that I saw on her camera, unless I'm mistaken. It has an A and a B, and B also turns into an ATW. We've got A set as 5975, I think it was.
So that's the end of the Leicester Trophy and the end of all of the coxless fours that we'll see in these time trials today. We're now, for a change of boat class, same amount of oars women, but we're now looking at the Chairman's Trophy, for for quads, and they'll be coming down the track shortly. Should start at 12:30, so about a 5-minute break after the Cox's forwards were set off thick and
Yeah,
fast.
A is a preset. You define the preset yourself.
And here we go, the start of the Chairman's Trophy for women's quads. This is a huge entry into this category. We've got 31 boats and only 16 spots. So this time trial is massively important for a lot of these crews. As we see Marlow coming down the track just at the start of their time trial here. Really nice sculling from this Marlow crew. And again, as I spoke about earlier, Marlow, a club from very nearby, so I'm sure they'll have had plenty of practice down this course. Still, no cocks in this boat, so one of the women will have the foot. Be steering this boat, no problem so far in this Marlow crew. Marlow crew of Burrows, Redman, Cowley and Shaw. As coming into shot there, we have Tideway Scullers. Not much information about this crew, but all of the athletes have matching necklaces with their names on. Clearly, great morale in this crew. I'm sure they, as a part of this dominant Tideway Scullers programme on the women's side, they'll again be looking to make a good impression, get through this time trial, racing really hard to do so. Go, race again across the weekend. Tideway Scullers of Kempster, Taylor, Keating, Keane and Elliott. As we look once again at that Marlow crew, who we saw off the start, still maintaining that really nice rowing style. Looking really good there.
I had a look at her menu. The only things I could see you could change was A and B.
As our camera swings around. Another Worcester club, Worcester Rowing Club boat. Spoke about them earlier. And they're sculling really well. Great example, excellent blade work. As they come on the start, they'll have wound the rate up, get themselves moving, get the boat up to speed. They'll now be trying to settle in something a bit more sustainable for the rest of the track. Of course, not too sustainable. There's no boat side by side, nothing to keep them honest. So they've got to drive this to the pace they think will qualify them for one of those 16 spots. as we swap to another boat. Crew 119, Durham Rowing Club, who we missed going off the start. Here they are through the middle of their piece. As we jump back to the start again to see Broxbourne Rowing Club. We've got in this Broxbourne boat, you've got Jones, Gillespie, Davis and Wallace. So we just see Marlow coming to the end of their time trial. Hard work in these conditions and they're rowing really well. Perhaps settled down slightly on the rate, more of a sustainable rhythm. And they'll want to wind it back up again for the finish.
So
all of these crews
there's
will
a
be
battery
flat
in your
out here
boat ready to go. You'll have to do a battery swap. Great.
to make one of those 16 spots. Again, 31 crews for 16 places. Seriously competitive event in the quads today. And they'll all be wanting to race more across the weekend. 219, again, Durham. Looking nice into that headwind. Minimal stream today. Not easy racing, by any means. Nice close up there. Them all moving together. Looking again at the backs of Broxbourne, quite distinctive blades. Broxbourne Rowing Club. The blue. I believe they row in the Watford area, outside of London. As we look again back to the start. Crew 226, Mortlake. And there's Worcester once again. As we swap to looking at a composite here from Agecroft, Leeds and Nottingham. And these are all women on the British World Class Start programme. So they'll have been drafted in for rowing, perhaps come from other sports, produced a lot of seriously talented athletes. And eventually I'm sure they're looking to move into the GB team. As we look here at Broxbourne, Crew 222. Sculling really nicely.
Here are the results of the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless Sports. These will be announced in crew number order. The following crews.
Taking another look at that Mortlake crew here. They come through second half of the course. Still rowing really well together. And just swapping to the backs of the Molesey boat there. Here we get a closer look at crew 225, Reading University, sculling-focused university, which is a bit unusual for university rowing in this country. Generally more sweep-focused, but Reading chose to focus on sculling, and it's paid dividends for them. So they've developed a really competitive programme, and this Reading crew is showing just that. And back to 223, Christchurch Rowing Club. Christchurch, you've got Wareham, Moody, Binion and Howcroft. Across the line, just rowing on, make sure they're out the way of any oncoming crews. We spoke about home water earlier. You can see here, Upper Thames Rowing Club. They'll be rowing past their club. Serious talent in this boat. Got Pickthall, Hampton, Gisson, Ryman King from Upper Thames.
Aspirational Doubles. There will be 31 crews competing for 16 qualifying spots.
That's seriously nice sculling there. What looks like DS Lager or Laha from the Netherlands. They won't have come over without a reason. Next up to take a look at crew 221. Pardon me, sorry, 227. University College London, UCL, in the purple. London universities will feed into UL, but most of them still have their own rowing programmes, as evidenced here by University College London. Really great to get a run down the track. I'm sure they'll have trained hard all winter. Really exciting to be able to row here. 235, Cardiff Uni. Give Cardiff Uni a bit of love here. Don't think they really had any sculling there for a long time, till 2019. Coach Will Fraser, they're doing a great job. He's really trying to build something after a difficult few years for Cardiff Uni rowing. A lot of their alumni up and down the banks, I'm sure. Looking back again at the start, crew's winding that rate up, getting that boat up to speed. Just a little look over the shoulder there from the woman in bow. She's probably steering these quads. Again, quads a little bit easier to steer than the Cox's fours, but still a lot of pressure on the person with the foot. She takes another look there, just making sure that she's in the right place down the middle of this course. London Rowing Club. Here we haven't seen much footage of them. Sculling really nicely. Looking really good. Sharp round the front. Working really hard as they come to the end of their time trial. University College London across the finish line. So what's what looks like Landaf Rowing Club straight after Cardiff. Another Welsh outfit, travelled up today, race Henley Women's. White and black unisuit. I'm sure both crews looking to try and make a good impression on this really highly contested event. Looking again at the Laha crew 233. That's just beautiful sculling. They wouldn't have come over without a reason. I'm sure they're wanting to make deep rows into this competition. Race multiple times across the weekend, all of these crews. If they make it through the time trial, which I'm sure all of them will be looking to do. the back of Tyne Rowing Club. Of course, rowing on the River Tyne up in Newcastle. Long travel for them to come down and race this. Big club, great membership. They're sculling really well. So we just again see the backs of that Laha crew sculling beautifully. Look at that rhythm. Really nice and out long. Hanging off it really well.
Oh wait, camera 2 might need to spread the spreaders.
Across the line. Again, looking at time, racing down the track, keeping that rate nice and high. Through the line, through 237, Cantabs from Cambridge. Lots of clubs, real rowing culture in Cambridge. Of course, the university. Great clubs around there. Cantabs have a very competitive women's programme. I'm rating at 35 there, Cantabs. As we look at the backs of crew 231, Sheffield University, in their yellow and black uni suits. Rowing really well. I'm sure they'll have had an exciting season rowing at Bucks. Contesting all of those side-by-side races. Today's another challenge entirely. Time trial format and then side-by-side knockout racing for the rest of the weekend. Nice close-up there of the stern pair in this Sheffield boat. As we watch the back of that Cantabs crew, they come down the course, about halfway through now, into that nice rhythm. Great 32, I've clocked them up here. So just lengthened out. Again, quite a strong wind today, I've mentioned it a few times. Might be advantageous to sit a little bit lower, swing into that wind. I think that's what that Cantabs crew are trying to do. So we swap again to Sheffield in the back and the yellow. Across the line there, finished their time trial. Fantastic to be able to be here today. We swap to Bath University. Another good quad crew. 140, very distinctive colours, bright blue and yellow. Got Mosscrop, Penkle, Guild Harry and Bester in this Bath quad, going in a red Hudson. As we swap over from Bath to Edinburgh University. Just set off before Bath, we didn't catch them on the start. This is crew 239. Edinburgh, of course, incredibly successful programme from Scotland, Scottish Uni, and their women have been incredibly strong, narrowly beaten to the victor Durham Bucks. On the women's side, took the men's. I'm sure over got an excellent sculling heritage and sweeping heritage. All of their boats will be looking to be very competitive across this weekend. Crew 145, no, 245, pardon me. Exeter Uni St Andrews Composite. I've got a little bit of information about these women. And we've got Alice Vine has been rowing for 11 years, 3 at St Andrews, and she raced at Hinksey Sculling School before. She raced Henley Women's Regatta before, but unfortunately missed out due to COVID. So it's good to see all of these athletes getting a good chance here. What looks like a bit of a race on it. Looks to me like Thames Rowing Club Crew 141 have overtaken Bath 240, and that's really nice steering from both quads. They've just let them come past. It's faster Thames Crew. Just steered round them. No drama at all. No one touching those dreaded booms, which is great to see.
Just for reference on 5, would you prefer I follow the leader or
William Borlays. Norris, Sterling, Lehman, Graham. I'll try and pronounce her rest of her surname. But there we see in the shot, Thames Rowing Club crew have rowed through Crew 140. Looking seriously powerful, this Thames crew. Top crew in this event. A top programme rowing out with on the Tideway and Putney Embankment. Very, very strong women's programme with a lot of depth to it. Rowing really nicely. Getting nice length, especially round the front. As they cross the line there, and they're pink base layers. Staying on the finish line to watch that Bath crew cross. Nope, swapping back. 145. It's the composite between St Andrews. Exeter Uni, bit of an unusual composite. But a lot of experience in this boat. They've all rowed for a long time. As we look at William Borlase School. So these would be girls of school age. They'll be doing their A-levels, competing against women such as Nottingham Rowing Club, who we see there. These are the women with jobs, balancing, having a full-time job alongside difficult training that's involved to get faster at rowing. We've got Borlase and Nottingham side by side there. Crews 242 and 243. Take another look at Edinburgh. And towards the end, they're just building the rate now, and that is just beautiful sculling. Really in sync. Lovely bodywork in that Edinburgh crew. Nice clean run for them, and I'm sure they'll be looking to take one of those seeded positions. 8 seeded positions in this event, of course. 16 crews will qualify from this time trial. As we take a look again at this side-by-side race that we've got in this time trial between Borlase and Nottingham. Both keeping out each other's way across the finish line, which is really good to see. Don't think anyone wants to be interfered with when they're racing their time trials. Looking again at this composite, a lot of experience in this boat. All young women with, I'm sure, a bright future in the sport as well. Rowing from St Andrew. As we look at the backs of Reading, this is Reading's B quad in this event. Again, very competitive sculling programme. I'm sure all these women are incredible athletes. Really good at what they do. Big focus on sculling at Reading. So I'm sure that whole squad incredibly competitive. as we just look at the back of that Exeter St Andrew boat. Raising the rate up. Nice long rhythm. Across the finish line. We just swapped to these last two boats in this event, the quads, Chairman's Trophy. Just to reiterate, so we've got Reading Uni B, Edinburgh B as the last two quads down this course. Sure, they'll have raced each other many times at Bucks Head and Bucks Regatta. As they come across the finish line, and there's Edinburgh. Welcome to the finish. Edinburgh across the line now. That is the last boat in the Chairman's Trophy for quads. Have a short break here before we jump into George Innes Cup Championship sculls.
Mute. And we're back underway now with the time trial for the George Innes Cup for Championship Single Sculls. And sculler number 249, N. Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club, off the start now and making their way up towards the barrier.
Here we look at sculler 252 from Queen's University Ladies. Molly Curry. Molly's been rowing for several years. She started as a junior at Coltrane Rowing Club, or Coltrane Grammar School. She's represented Ireland at junior level and is seeking to selection at under 23 level. So this is the championship singles, the really high level, looking for GB representation up to that level, definitely. As we look at crew 400, sculler 400 and 249, Walbrook Rowing Club.
Yeah,
This is the highest level of sculling at this regatta, or one of them, certainly, in the champ event. Now, in this championship singles event, there are 10 entries, and all 10 will go through to contest the later rounds. 4 of those will be seeded, and they will hopefully get an easier run, or so they might think. And so a lot of these crews will be looking to see where they stack up against the rest of the field, hopefully secure themselves at one of those suited spots. As we look at, from Upper Thames, Meg Jackson, crew 251. This is their home water, Upper Thames. Meg Jackson, she's a very experienced athlete, very talented athlete. I'm sure she's looking for some exciting racing across the weekend in this championship event. Looking again at the back, 249 Walbrook Rowing Club. Sculling really nicely, boats sitting nice and level. Really, really difficult conditions now, especially in the single. Quite strong winds, not just a headwind, battering from either side. Quite changeable. Not much stream though, which will help them in setting good times today. As we look at the bar sculler, almost certainly on the world-class start down there in Bath. Wilde. She is a start athlete, came through British Rowing's Talent ID programme while studying at Bath University. She actually won the championship double last year, so has now changed event. She's rowing in the championship single. So we look at 255, Nottingham University, Nottingham Rowing Club, Katie Cooper. Sculling nicely there. Back on to Meg Jackson, her home water. She'll be used to this track. They'll have been rowing on it since the booms went up a month or so ago. Of course, it's a long process. She'll be very familiar with the course. She'll know when she wants to move and when she doesn't. I'm sure every single one of these athletes will have checked the course out over the course of the last few days, got some experience between these booms, get an idea of what it feels like. So we just watched the Walbrook sculler Gallagher come through the line, closely followed by Twickenham Rowing Club at Lindo. Another look at the back of the Upper Thames sculler, Meg Jackson. Really swinging into that difficult wind. Trying to move that shell as quickly as she can. Winding up for the last bit of her time trial. Again, all of these crews will qualify. So it just depends for seeding. She crossed the line. Just taking a look back down at the start line. Looks to me like we've seen the last of the single scullers. Got something correct, but we're just swapping back to the finish line again, just seeing the end of these time trials. We see the Bath sculler, gorgeous end packer there. Under 23 GB representation. Seriously high level in this championship. Single sculls with George in his cup. 257 there, Glasgow Uni. Come down from Scotland. That's our last sculler. And we go back to the start now. This is the development for the Frank 5 Harry Cup. You see Agecroft here, and there's quite strict rules on the entry into this category. Of course, must be no international representation from any of these crews, but the particular notable rules in this event are that no athlete may have won Henley Women's Regatta. None must have previously qualified for any event except for the Development 4, and they must not have won a round at Henley Women's in the Development 4. A bunch of other rules relating to winning medals. So we just swap back to the finish line of the slightly more experienced rowers in the championship one times. So this is an event designed to give an opportunity to race for women who are perhaps a bit newer to the sport, and looking to make that step up, looking to race. The coxed 4, they've actually got cocks tucked away at the front of the boat there. Difficult boat to row, quite heavy, especially in these conditions, as we look at King's College in London, going down the track. This is the largest entry out of any event at the regatta, with the least amount of crews qualified relative to that. So we've got 57 crews entered in this event from a variety of different clubs across the country, clubs, universities. Also, only 16 crews will qualify out of those 57, with 8 of which were seeded. We look at the back of crew 160, Reading Rowing Club. Here the clocks there, making the calls as they wind up at the start. we just see the Agecroft boat again. And next down, 261. We've seen a few Marlow crews, particularly the sculling side of things. This is their entry to the Frank 5 Harry Cup. 261. You see the cocks there, just tucked away in the front, working those women hard. Off the start of this time trial, settling into a nice rhythm for the middle of the track. Kings hit the back of them now.
Legs down. Legs down. Yeah, you're a minute in.
See the waves generated by the strong winds here today. Henley, it's picked up throughout the day. Swapping to look at what looks to me like Bristol University. The start, Barnes, Ball, James, Holohan Burn, Cox, Zito. Really nice rhythm in that crew. You can see the length they're getting out around the riggers. As we again take a look at this Agecroft crew, they were first down today. One of the women in their crew actually started rowing last year and is a para-athlete, and she only has one hand. You can see her there in the 2-seat. What an incredible oarswoman. How brilliant for her to be racing today. Back down here at the start. Back up to see King's College, and then as they finish off their time trial. Very, very competitive this event this year. And the King's College crew, Phillips, Stacey, Mantle, Peacock, Gee. Just see Cox Gee tucked away at the front there. See the pink blades there, Twickenham Rowing Club. Clark, Hayward, Richards, Luscombe and Ross. Get a closer look at how that Cox is tucked down. So they've got a unique job there where they'll not only be steering the boat, they're wired up to the microphones, making the calls. I'm sure she's really getting her crew winding up and ready for that final stint through the line. Another look at Bristol, rowing really nicely. Good length on it. Still maintained that good length from the start. So we're back down. See Imperial. Black, white, blue blades. Nice splash of silver in there, unison as well. Imperial crew, Navarro, Lees, Breeze, Harry, Ablett. Once again, look at crew 261, Marlow, I mentioned earlier. They'll have done plenty of training on this water, they'll know the course well. Let's see if that pays off. In this incredibly competitive time trial, again, I'll reiterate 57 crews in this event, with only 16 through to the finals. Here we have a look at University College London, purple and blue. Really attacking it into this strong wind. And again, Twickenham bucket rig in that boat. Those two women in the tandem moving really nicely together. Interesting combination in this event where you get universities and clubs all racing against each other. Which is slightly unusual for these sorts of regattas where they're usually split up. It's a nice opportunity to see. Crew 269, Liverpool Uni. And these are all students who have learnt to row this year, which is part of a new phase for the club, new coaching team and their programme. They've done really well as novices. Came first in the B final, Bucks Regatta in the beginning 8. Looks like they're looking to carry on that form into this beginner event, development event, Henley Women's. Brilliant introduction, brilliant way to learn rowing. As we see the Bristol crew across the finish line. Racing it across the finish line, you don't want to risk losing any time. Crew 271 now off the start, Cambridge City of Cambridge. Holmes, Zoo, Jones, Icon, Mitchell. Swapping back over to the pink, Twickenham. Still in that tandem ring, looking really nice together. Affectionately referred to as a bucket in the rowing community. University College London there again. Swapping over to St Cuthbert's, 266. Andrews, Orr, Craddock, Stolz, Hanson. Brilliant opportunity to row down this course. Swapping to London Rowing Club, 272. So we'll really be looking to make an impression, and they're looking good into this difficult conditions. Nice and long, nice and loose. Sitting up on top of it, the London crew. Got Corlett, Dimitrova, Sam Rule, Amy Fallon, Lily Lesser. Crew 70, 2 ahead of London Rowing Club, Warwick University. As we swap back to that Imperial crew, coming towards the end of their time trial. Really hard work out there. They're dealing with it well. It's brilliant for these athletes to be able to get a run down the course. Of course, being slightly newer to the sport. Perhaps a bit less experienced than previous events that we've seen today. But there's no less effort going down, I'll tell you that. You see another crew across the line. See just how hard they've worked. Crew 274. Oxford University Women's Boat Club. Haysom, Rees, Hewlett, Grant, Twin from the Oxford boat. Now I wonder whether these are development athletes looking at being involved in the boat race in years to come. Perhaps they've been learning to row this year, looking to make the step up in the future. Again, looking at the backs of that London Rowing Club boat, rowing it well. Again, you can see the waves, despite the shelter of the booms, against the side of the boat. Moving nicely together. So I'm sure the Cox Lily Lesser will be making calls to keep them together through the centre part of their piece. Again, 57 crews in this entry. A lot of entries and not very many spaces, only 16 spaces in this event with eight crews seated. So it's a struggle to qualify, but great experience even if you don't. See that crew one before finish there. Do we go back to the start? 276. Furnival. Luvia, Nello, Wire, Smith, Zerwell. Swap again back to London. You can see the London in the unisuits and their backs there. So they come up the course. Blade work from all the women in this group. I'm sure they'll be enjoying themselves out there. As we again take another look at Warwick Uni through 270. Across the line. Now back down to the start. What looks like Molesley Boat Club. Hear the shouts from them from the side. Coxed by Alan Kenyon, Lauren Copeland, Catherine Pearce, Megan Halstead, Marnie Ridley. Rowing really nicely there. Just a closer look at crew we missed earlier off the start. That's East Anglia, University of East Anglia. Norwich-based university. Three seniors in that boat, University of East Anglia, and one novice. The final time racing for some of them. With the current and future women's captains racing together, which is really exciting for them as a squad. Some more boats coming down. Barnesbridge ladies there. Looking really nice actually. Swapping to the Oxford crew, we spoke about earlier. Nice and loose in the shoulders. This headwind, it can be very easy just to tense up. A little close to the booms, but that Cox will be aware of that, I'm sure. Using her rudder to keep them away, nice and safe. Probably a stylish decision on their part, try and keep out of the wind, try and find the fastest water. Crew 273 there. Durham University. Slightly different uni seat for Durham. First year rows. See another crew across the line. Back to the start, they're sending them down thick and fast in this 57 boat event. Crew 281. Leeds Rowing Club.
You're going to take it up 2 on the leg. With Sarah.
These women won Nottingham City Regatta. Women's band won Cox Falls. We look again at Molesley. It's a really excellent rowing. That Molesley boat. Nice blade work. I'm sure they'll be really excited to qualify that big programme from just outside of London. Incredibly successful club over the years. Again at Furnival, 276. Great to see them representing this regatta. Bridge ladies there. Got a big entry across this regatta. Seen a few of their different crews represented earlier. It's great to see. All of these clubs entering, all of these athletes getting the chance to row here.
I can do that if I can step off 5, but it depends if you need it. Yeah, well, tell me what you think, because obviously I can walk it off, but then it's unattended, so...
Bridge ladies there. You see them come across the line, working hard as they wind to the finish. Just Molesey coming through the finish line for Barnes Bridge. There we go. Down, rode straight through the finish line. Great rowing from that Molesey crew, looked really impressive. On your screen there, 285, Edinburgh. Now, I'm going to assume that these are novices from the Edinburgh programme. I might be wrong, but Edinburgh have an incredibly successful development programme over the last few years, dominating bucks. And I'm sure they're continuing that this year.
There has been power issues, so I think they might be dealing with that maybe. That's a guess. That's a guess though.
Crew 286, Southampton University. University from the south coast, rolling the Itchen. Making a good go of it, up that rate, nice rhythm to start this time trial for them. Good blade work as well. Just swap back a bit further up the course. So many crews you're going off at once. We've got to get through all 57 of them today. That's 280 there. Exeter University. Crew 283, United Hospitals Boat Club. Brilliant to see them represented here. Medics. But training for rowing alongside balancing, studying, always difficult. Especially with the hours that are demanded as a young medic. In the backs of crew 282, Wadham College. Just off the start. Racing down 100 metre time trial for a spot in the side by side. Crew 283. United Hospitals Boat Club. Again, great to see them represented. Rowing really well. (291). Worcester Rowing Club off the start. They're looking excellent. Worcester is a club we've been building for a number of years now. Rowing out of Putney Embankment and Tideway. They've got a really big women's squad. Train really hard. Early mornings, like a lot of these crews here. As we take another look at Edinburgh. We've been exceptional. Have an exceptional season on all fronts. I'm sure they'll be looking to continue that with success in this event. Take another look at Southampton University. Building for the finish now. Moving very nicely. Bath University, crew 292. Hards, Chessel, Usher, Jeffrey and Murphy from Bath. As we take another look at the Edinburgh crew. Swapping back again. 293. Now, straight after Bath, Birmingham University. Interesting colours there. Their uni suit and their blades. Good uni. Long rowing history. Laura Matt Anderson down Bot Townhill. I'm sure we'll be looking for a qualification in this event today. As we take one more look at Southampton. Nice length there, really stretching their arms out as they cross the line, come across the line. (294). Getting a bit more consistency now with the live stream. You can see each crew comes off as they do. That's the University of the West of England, UE. Row Bristol. A lot of crews bunched up quite close together here. Just see the coattails of another boat in front of 288. 288, which is a new college. We take another look at the Bath crew mentioned earlier. 292. Really nice rate of striking there. Looking quite racy. Got them up at 31. Crew 288, new call again. A little bit lower. Wait, 30 or so. Another crew for the start. Looks to me like Oriel Kensington. Cooper, Baker, Brandreth, Hardwick, Reynoldson. As we catch the coattails again, Birmingham University, 293. Rowing really well, moving nicely together. These conditions, difficult to row in for any athlete, but especially athletes in this event who are slightly less experienced. Again, the entry criteria for this event, they can't have previously qualified for Henley Women's Regatta in any other event or won a round. These are athletes that are perhaps newer or haven't rowed at the highest level in the sport. But that's not to take away from anything that they're doing here. That's unfortunate there. We've got crew unfortunately come into contact with the booms. I think that's the first one we've seen today, hopefully. Hopefully they can recover, take it back up to rate, get themselves moving again just across the finish line. As we look at UE. Graham, Pickering, Saunders, Vernon, Holt in the UE crew. New College again, New Col. New College. As they come across the finishing line. Hard row in these conditions. All of these brilliant athletes are really making the most of it. They're doing a great job. Wait, 295, sorry. Pardon me, Oriel Kensington. Green and pink. Very distinctive, and they're really rowing well, dealing with those conditions excellently. As are Birmingham University. Also looking really good. Looking good, might not be enough to qualify in this event, unfortunately. 57 entries, 16 crews through, 8 of which are seeded. All of these crews will be looking to make a big impression and perform really well to even just get through to the side-by-side racing, which goes on later on in the day and throughout the weekend. As we take another look at this excellent Bath outfit, 292. Swap back down near Temple Island, 299, Nottingham University. Nottingham University, we've got Dunn, Elmsley, Newton, Daniels and Wells. Male Cox in the front of that, Daniel Wells. Really getting these women up to pace, driving them down the course. As we take a look at 297, Oxford University lightweight women. Now, I doubt these women will be operating at lightweight weight at the moment. Lightweight, of course, 57 kilos. But I'm sure they sit around that weight naturally and are looking to really race today in this Frank 5 Harry Cup. 296. St Andrews University. St Andrews University, we've got a really nice bit about each of their crew. They placed 4th in the B final at Bucks this year, and the Cox started coxing in the US and won a number of events at the interscholastic events out there, and she's now studying at St Andrews up in Scotland. Came 8th in Bucks Head coxing. She's in her 3rd year and studies molecular biology. Just swapped to that UE crew again, but I'll continue speaking about University of St Andrews. We've got another American, Olivia, born in San Francisco, lives in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and is captain of the women's squad for next year. I'm sure they'll continue to get shout-outs as it goes on, but a lot of rowing experience in that boat. Although still meet the entry criteria for this event. As we look at Oriel Kensington, crew 295, who are being followed by St Andrews. On your screen now, crew 300, which is Agecroft B, and from now on it's all B and C boats off the start. They'll still swap back to some of the A boats as they come through the line. Crew 300, Agecroft Rowing Club B. Got a little bit about them. They all work full time. All these girls, all these women, and very impressive trying to balance the demands of working and the demands of rowing. 9 till 5, early mornings and late evenings, training for these events. So it really shows the sacrifice that all of these women have put in to be here racing today. Lovely day, Henley Women's Regatta. Crew 298 there. Glasgow Uni, I believe. Well, that might be Warwick B, pardon me. You just get a really nice shot down the course there. You can see the kind of distance that these women have to row, 1500 metre time trial, to get them into the side-by-side for the next couple of days. Group 297 on your screen. Again, those Oxford University lightweights. As they come across the line. Really hard work in these time trials. Motivation required, very high as we look at Marlow Rowing Club B at the start. There's no one side by side to keep you honest. You've got good cheers from the banks. But they have to self-motivate, get those boats going as quickly as they possibly can. Never easy in any situation, but even harder when it's just you're on your own. Crew 204, that's York University. Lovely colours there in their uni suit for York, Crew 304. For the University of York, we got Warwick, Mitchell, Calvert, Gregson and Berry in that boat. Great opportunity for all of these boats to get a run down this historic track. So we just catch 299. Nottingham University. Used to rowing on the Trent and up on the Boyd course, 2K Boyd course up in Nottingham. They'll know the distance well as they come across the line. I'm sure they've left it all out there. What an exciting opportunity for them to be here. Another B crew, 301. Marlow there. Big entry. Club nearby. Easy for them to make it, but even so, impressive that they have. Club rowing in the UK generally dominated by people with full-time jobs. Training and working alongside each other, never easy. Crew 203, 206, 306 now, sorry. Another outfit from Oxford University women. Said earlier, perhaps the development crews, less experienced athletes. Even though this is the B crew, there's no shame in that at all, and they're rowing really nicely. They just come out of the shelter of Temple Island onto the more difficult, more challenging course. Crew 307, Bristol University B. They row about half an hour away from Bristol actually. It's quite travel for those athletes. Out to Salford rowing programme. They've got lovely facilities out there. Tight river though, very different to what they're rowing on today. Very sheltered, very flat. Very, very bendy. They've got this flat drag race down the course. Bristol B. Crew 308, Frank v Harry Cup, Barnesbridge Ladies. The B crew, more representation from that club. Great entry today. We just look at the backs of that Oxford boat. 1, 2. Imperial College B, Crew 203. Excellent rowing there. Can really feel the wind in our commentary station. not easy at all out on the water today. It's Queen's University Ladies Ireland. That's their B-boat again. All these are B-boats, but again, absolutely no skin off their backs. So I'm sure these are all extremely competitive boats to get into. They've been working extremely hard to be here. Great to get this opportunity. It's experience rowing down the track. Brilliant crowds here today. Despite the wind, beautiful sunshine outside. You can see that Vesta crew swapping back to Imperial. 2 crews from the Tideway. Of course, rowing in slightly different situations. Those will all be students in the Imperial crew as they come across the line. I'm sure they've left everything out there, worked really hard. Look again. That Bristol crew, Bristol B. Nearing the end now of this division. Just taking another look at the Oxford women's boat. So we've got a few more crews off the start, such as crew 311 City of Bristol Rowing Club, B. Really sat on top of it. So they come out the shelter of Temple Island, moving down the course. Just had a bit of an issue in this Barnesbridge ladies crew. I think one of the athletes, unfortunately, they got caught, but here they go, they're getting going again, listening to their cocks. Brilliant attitude, very commendable. It's always very difficult when something like that happens. To get back up, go again, really impressive. Really great effort from them. Just see the Queen's University catching them from behind after that slight issue. So we see, again, the back of Bristol Uni B. A lot of representation from that area of the country. We've got not only Bristol, but UE as well, and City of Bristol, all rowing in the same area. So we just see the backs of the final boat in this division, Vesta Rowing Club C. 2 C boats in this race, according to my notes here. We've got York University C and Vesta Rowing Club C, and what incredible depth these clubs must have to be able to find athletes. In all the events, I know Vesta have lots of representation, not only in the Frank V. Harry Cup, but also across lots of other divisions in the 8s and the Cox's 4s. It just shows you the strength and depth of their women's squad there at Vesta. Crew 308 Barnesbridge ladies, and they've really got themselves going again after a bit of a difficult time earlier down the course. It's great passion, great energy, great opportunity whatever happens for them today. We see 307 again, just in front of them, Bristol University. Spoken a lot about them today. It's great to see so many entries from that uni as they come across the line. Lungs burning, legs aching, I'm sure. As we watch the C crew from York University, as I mentioned earlier, and clearly real depth in these women's programs. These are no slouches by any stretch of the imagination in their C boat. All rowing really well. It's great to see them out here representing their clubs and their universities. It's a beautiful day in the women's. We see Queen's University ladies now overtaking the Barnesbridge and making good progress down the track. That's Queen's B Barnesbridge Ladies B. We watch these final Cox fours in the Frank v Harry Cup. And down the track. You see the boats winding for the line, pushing really hard, cut every last bit of time, try and qualify for this incredibly competitive event. Watching some more finish line footage there. Across the line. Last the time trials for the senior events today. 1,400 metres. High paced rowing. We see a nice close-up here. Final Worcester Rowing Club crew. And down the track. In the Frank v Harry Cup. It's good rowing for them, leaving everything out here. Trying to qualify. This 57 crew event. Huge entry this year.
Radios, yeah. I'm on shift every shift.
I don't know why.
I gave him the talk. private station to
So we're off the start here for a heat of the academic eights. We've got Leeds versus Laha against each other, with Laha taking a very early lead from the Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire station. Looking really good. They're almost out to clear water as they come past the end of the island. We get a close-up there of Leeds, still holding on to Laha really well. That's crew from the Netherlands come over. They'll really be keen to race and keen to go deep into this regatta, so performing really well here. So these crews will have done a time trial pretty recently. Finn, do you think that'll have any effect on them in this race?
Well, I think it kind of depends. You know, sometimes after time trials, maybe when you think you haven't done as well, kind of the legs hurt more than they would kind of normally. Sometimes if you've given it all for kind of seeding and places, I mean, Laha, I would say, you know, based on this early result, are the kind of stronger of the two crews, so they maybe would have gone slower in the time trial, and they look relatively comfortable at this stage. So
Yeah.
Leeds maybe kind of have given more in the time trial, and you know, at this stage they look as if they're slipping away. Yeah, it could have an effect, definitely.
Definitely, and it's, I mean, it's clearly a very classy outfit from Laha. They won't have come over without intentions to be seriously competitive at this event, I wouldn't have thought. So no, absolutely no shame on Leeds here, who are still really rowing well, despite Laha having a few lengths to clear water now.
Yeah, I would say for most kind of women's kind of uni crews, this is a kind of climax to their season, and Leeds have done phenomenally well to kind of get to this stage already. But looking at Laha now, I think that's a couple of lengths, more than a couple of lengths lead. They just are kind of, unfortunately for Leeds, a class above them.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure Leeds will have had an excellent season. They'll have raced many of the university events around the country, including Bucks, and you know, as a climax, this is not bad at all. As we just get a shot of the Laha crew there rowing really nicely. Look at that blade work, and just maybe stretching out, taking it down a little bit. With Leeds still up at full pace, I would say. For Leeds now, do you think they keep racing? They really try to cap out their season?
Yeah, I think kind of when you're in that position, I've been in races before where kind of I knew I was losing, but the kind of Cox just has told me kind of, you know, you race for pride at the end of the day because, you know, you want to give a good account for yourself. And I think that's, the cocks, obviously you don't, tell them to slack off or anything, but you just kind of, put your head down, deliver some good watts, and just, hope that you can maybe kind of claw back.
Have the best row you can, I suppose, to finish off your season.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we just watched the Laha crew now in full control of the race, just taking it. So they come across the line. It's a 1,400 metre course. Just laying it down.
Yeah, excellent row there from Laha.
We're now back to the start. We're looking at another heat, the Academic 8s. Newcastle versus Durham. Not Durham, sorry, York University. York University, we've seen quite a few entries from them, especially in the Frankly Cup. We commentated on the time trial earlier. But we're looking at a big margin here for Newcastle University.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying that Newcastle have, in women's and men's rowing throughout the last couple of years, along with Oxford Brookes, have pretty much kind of dominated. Obviously, you have Oxford Brookes and kind of Edinburgh now getting into kind of the very top of uni rowing in Britain. But this kind of Newcastle crew, Newcastle squad, they do a lot of mileage underneath coach Angelo Savarino. So, yeah, I would expect Newcastle to go out and dominate this. York, perhaps one of the kind of lesser known uni programs, but I think they're still, by the looks of it, they're still being a credit to themselves here.
Certainly. Yeah, very competitive event, this Academic Women's 8s. But unfortunately, they've just come up against a very strong Newcastle crew, and I'm sure this Newcastle crew will be looking forward to more races throughout the weekend.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's a difficult programme here at Newcastle. They a lot of work on the rowing machines. These are tough women.
A lot of these, some of these women will be looking to potentially kind of trial for Great Britain in the future, maybe under 23 World Championships. So this is a very classy and a very kind of fast boat. And York, they are kind of a benchmark decent university crew, but unfortunately, as with Leeds and Laha before, they've just come up against a very, very good University 8.
Absolutely. It's great to see the depth of rowing in this country. You've got these extremely fast boats coming over, fast boat from York, but it's not as though that Leeds or York are making any shame of themselves. They're rowing really well. I'm sure they've had brilliant seasons and great times rowing. And so there's absolutely no problem to get through the time trial here.
Yeah, the York Women's 8 had a very good Durham Regatta about a week or two ago. They won several races there. Their men's crew also had a very good Durham Regatta. So it's not as if they're coming into this kind of race having bad form or anything like that. But as I say, if you just look at the Newcastle 8 are comfortable, they're smooth, their length is excellent, and they're just kind of gliding away here.
Yeah, that's a really nice rowing from that Newcastle boat, in full control of this race now. The length they're getting around the front really shows. Just looks like they've stretched out there.
As you can see, York still kind of trying to compete in this race. And obviously, Newcastle, I think, are beyond reproach now as they just glide away from them.
Yeah, Newcastle just taking that rate down. Nicely in control of this race, and do you think they'll start thinking about what future races they'll have in store for them?
I think. Can't speak for the crew obviously, but I think once you start kind of thinking about that during a race, maybe my experience it kind of slips, and you don't want to necessarily go into a race, or even in the kind of back end of a race start thinking at the end you just want to kind of execute the race, because they'll have had a race plan from the start, kind of maybe go out hard. Yeah, I think definitely, as we come to the kind of finish here, I think they will definitely be focusing now on kind of the next race where they'll be up against tougher opponents.
For sure. And there's York across the line. Great row from them. Brilliant representation of university rowing in this country. Hats off to them. So here we are again, more academic 8s. We've just seen Newcastle A, and we're now looking at Newcastle B up against Durham University. Now, I'm sure these two crews are pretty familiar with each other, and raced in the Boat Race of the North and various university events. But as Durham's top boat, Newcastle up against it here.
Yeah, I think to say Durham, up until kind of about the end of last decade, had a superb run of form at Bucks. They were kind of utterly dominant, and Newcastle have sort of taken that form. Durham is still a class club, but at the Boat Race of the North a couple of months ago, I think the Durham men's first state won for the first time in about kind of 10 years. So maybe that's a sign that kind of the power dynamic between these two clubs is shifting slightly, and as we see here, there's quite a substantial lead taken on the start.
Yeah, they've really got away from them there, slipped them off the start. And they've got clear water now, full control of this race. But it doesn't seem like they're letting up yet. They're going to keep it high, keep it going.
Yeah, I think in this kind of race against this kind of opposition, you want to keep your kind of concentration full. You don't want to, slack off. You just want to keep kind of eyes on the boat, no looking to the side, and just keep concentrating. They'll have done pieces like this kind of 1,000,001 times in training, so you just got to keep going.
Absolutely. And they're looking good there, that Durham boat. I think they've had a fair few changes in coaching staff recently. And their old coach left and they've replaced him. Coached now by Will Fletcher.
Obviously hasn't done anything to the quality of Durham.
Not at all.
A club. If anything, I'd probably say it's a little bit enhanced. But as we see there, Newcastle, they're keeping up with the rate and they're still in your picture. But Durham are really laying down some power here, and they're just gliding away from this Newcastle crew. So a very good row here from Durham.
A big statement to make going into the rest of the regatta, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah, they look really sharp, that Durham boat. In and on it on the front. Not to take anything away from Newcastle at all. They've got a very comfortable lead now. I think they'll start stretching out, lengthening out and relaxing. Total control of this race. Obviously as a cox you're facing the wrong way, so how will the cox know the margin?
Well, I think kind of the cox will be able to kind of gauge most of the margin. So the Newcastle cox will know almost certainly that they are still relatively within kind of touching distance. They'll be able to say, up the rate, kind of let's lay down more power, kind of power of tens here, as we see Durham just gliding it in to the finish here. Excellent row from them. Taking nothing away from Newcastle because they are kind of class outfit. Again, they've just come up against a better crew here.
And for the Durham cox, what will he be saying now?
I think he'll be saying kind of just wind it into the finish. Just don't do anything kind of stupid with the rate. Just kind of glide it in. and then perhaps at the end they'll talk about kind of the race plan for the next race, you know, kind of post-analysis of the race, see what they could have improved on. But as we see there, the gap between the crews is around the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks to me as though Durham have just slightly taken their foot off the gas. Just holding that good margin, very comfortable. So we get a bit of a close-up there of the Newcastle boat. Newcastle styles quite distinctive. Tend to swing quite aggressively.
Yes, it's quite satisfying to look there and see the complete uniformity, see all catching at the same time, all back at the same time. And that is something that you strive for in rowing. You strive for kind of that uniformity, because even one seconds difference with the catch can really down the pace of the crew.
Absolutely.
So here we have another race of the Academic 8s. On the Buck Station we have Cardiff University A. Sorry, correction, on the Berkshire Station we have Cardiff University A, and on the Buck Station we have ASSR Skol from the Netherlands. Cardiff University, very good regional crew coming out of Wales with Swansea as well. ASSR Skol obviously coming over from the Netherlands, and very strong rowing nation, so it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of hold on to them here. I think as we see here, Skol taking an early lead off Cardiff, rowing in that very kind of distinctive Dutch style of maybe, you know, shorter length and shorter catches, and putting down the power very early.
On box 5.
As we come down the course, we can just see Skol in command of this race, just maybe taking down the rate a bit here and just gently kind of gliding themselves in. So back up again at the start for a race in the Academic 8s. This is between City of Bristol on the Berkshire Station and City of Oxford on the Buck Station. Both good regional club crews. City of Oxford obviously locally, and City of Bristol in the past couple of years, especially at the senior men's level at Henley, they have performed extraordinarily well. They were seeded last year in the Thames Cup. I believe they reached the quarterfinals, and as we can see there, there's really not that much in it at the start. Maybe City of Bristol getting half a boat length, or maybe 3/4, but it's very, very tight at the start. As we just see Skol there, just laying down the power away from Cardiff. And these Dutch crews are of supreme quality, and it's brilliant to see such quality of rowing as they cross the line there. Well done, Skol. Very good race. unlucky Cardiff, but they simply came up against it. And here we see City of Bristol are pulling away here from Oxford, taking about length lead as they come up towards the competitor zone. There we see City Bristol again, and the power of some of these women's club eights are incredible. Remember, these in the main are kind of amateurs. They work normal jobs, but they manage to keep a supreme kind of level of fitness and balance of their working lives. And we can see here the athleticism from the City of Bristol crew has taken them away from City of Oxford by quite a substantial margin at this moment in time. So a very good row at the moment from City of Bristol.
Proper in the way. Shot on 5 if you need it.
And we go back up to the start for another eights race between Canterbridgian Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Norwich Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Canterbridgian coming out of Cambridge, very good rowing programme on both their men's and women's side, and Norwich Rowing Club equally within the Greater Norwich area. So it'll be interesting to see which of these clubs takes the impetus going forward in this event. As we see here at the end of the City of Bristol, City of Oxford race, City of Bristol maybe taking it down a bit there, but still keeping long and strong around the catch and delivering that power into the water. And they're just gliding away here from City of Oxford. A good row from City of Bristol, and they will now look forward to their next round. City of Oxford, they've had a good row. They're definitely keeping with it with City of Bristol. I'm afraid unless something cataclysmic happens, it will be City of Bristol's day as they come up here and almost a boat length lead. And they go through the finish line. Very good row there from City of Bristol. Good from City of Oxford to come back into it. But it is a win for City of Bristol. Here we see Canterbridgian Rowing Club have a considerable lead over Norwich Rowing Club. We see there Canterbridgian have just taken the rate down and are really firmly in control of this race as they come out of your picture. Relaxed backs, delivering round the catch and just delivering the power round the front in complete uniformity. And that is, as rowers, is what you strive for. You strive for complete uniformity and just delivering power at the same time, and it's wonderful to see. British rowing throughout the last couple of years. They've delivered quite a few wins at Henley of most of the head races around. So yes, this is a quality rowing club as we see them passing and taking a lead over City of Cambridge. And there we see Thames running away from it. As I said, very good Thames crew. Definitely a standard benchmark 8 in British rowing. There we see them just bringing it away. As I mentioned, this Thames crew has been excellent in their form over this season. They placed well at Women's Head of the River, and they really have a kind of squad that most London clubs would strive for. Excellent pedigree, and they will be looking not only to win here but also to carry that form through to Henley Royal next week and potentially get to the final and win some of those events there. City of Cambridge, they are a strong benchmark crew, but unfortunately they've just come up against a stronger crew here in Thames who really are a cut above the rest. So here we are, another heat, final heat of the Academic 8s. We have on the Berkshire Station Upper Thames Rowing Club, local club, and on the Buck Station we have Crew 48 Worcester Rowing Club A. Both of these clubs, very storied, strong history in British rowing. Thames Rowing Club, of course, being the local crew, will probably know this water better, and we can see there them striding out to... we can see Worcester, striding out to a lead there. So still marginally in contact, but Worcester are definitely having the early advantage in this race.
Oh, so Reading's leading. And we're off to start in round 2 of the championship pair with Upper Thames RC on the Berkshire station and Imperial College on the Buckinghamshire station. As they are currently about halfway through the island, it's quite level. We've got a good race on our hands here right now, and they're continuing to pull through. Both boats still in their wind-up, getting to full race pace, but it looks as though Upper Thames has fallen slightly behind, but not much. They're still in it, still challenging very, very hard. As you can see from there, taking advantage of the lee of the island, Imperial College is starting to pull away and continuing to do so, taking a nice lead by the end of the island.
Yeah, Imperial College of the University of London, very strong rowing program here. And back to previous race, we just see Reading Rowing Club, really relaxed and really easy pace. And this is really enjoyable to watch as they just wind down the rate, just deliver power around the front as they cruise the end of this race. A very well rowed race here from Reading Rowing Club.
Imperial College continuing to take the lead over Upper Thames on their home water. And Imperial College looking very strong, increasingly relaxed as they get past the island and start to move down towards the barrier. They've got a great program going on there at Imperial, and they're showing it all the way through in this challenging event.
If not, don't worry, I can solve it. I can hang on, no issue.
Just a shot of Reading Rowing Club coming into the end of the race there. That is a fine victory for Reading Rowing Club over Maidstone in Invincica.
Invicta.
As we see there, the gap lengthening between Imperial College London and Upper Thames Rowing Club. Really a testament to the quality of rowing, especially in the southeast, but not just that, but in Britain as well, as we head up to the start of our next race. And it is the proverbial big boys of the event. It is Leander Club up against City of Bristol in the championship pairs. Leander Club, probably one of the big producers of quality rowers for the British rowing squad in recent years, recent Tokyo Olympics. They're 23 out of, I think, a 45-person squad came from Leander. And as you see there, they're not having it all their own way. They are still within distance, as we see there, Imperial College London, fine race from then, just winding up towards the end of their race. And that is an excellent win for Imperial College London over Upper Thames Rowing Club in the championship doubles. We see there Leander bringing out a not substantial lead, but a very comfortable lead over the City of Bristol. And Leander, of course, this is their home water. They row up this course most days. A very storied program in these parts, and you can see there, relaxed, driving power around the front, hands back, always moving. And this is starting to become a very good race from Leander here, as we see them very smooth and silky around the front and just really driving it home here in this race. Absolutely, but it's also worth noting that City of Bristol are still within this race. They still have a couple of lengths to play with. It'd be interesting to see if that kind of halves the lead of Leander, halves towards the end of the race. But yes, as you said, at the moment, Leander are simply a kind of class above the rest. And it's interesting that these are two new squad members, and it just shows the quality of rowing at Leander that have made it probably one of the most potent forces in British rowing over the past half century. Yeah, Bucknell University, one of a handful of American crews. We have Clark University and Worcester Polytechnic from Worcester, Massachusetts here as well. But as we see, Bucknell University have a commanding lead over Derby Rowing Club and really putting down the pace, a faster rate and delivering the power very well in these early stages.
Apologies, they're the ones behind, I just realised.
Excellent to see US rowing coming over to Henley Women's Regatta. We have University of California, Berkeley here as well. Potent force of the NCAA, and I think it really speaks to there's spectacular growth in women's rowing, that there are so many clubs, not from just Britain, but also from overseas, and the future of women's rowing is definitely bright, as we see here. Leander just taking the pace down, a very relaxed pace here, and they have rowed a very good race, just gliding in to the finish here. Very good race from Leander Club. As they cross the line, that is a win for Leander Club over City of Bristol in the championship pairs. As we previously stated, there isn't a whole lot of pairs racing in the US collegiate system, so it's very impressive that Bucknell are doing as well as they are. And here we are at the start. We're at the start for the Aspirational 8s race between Clark University, Massachusetts, USA on the Berkshire station and Exeter University on the Buck station. Yes, that's right. I think Clark University won several events at Reading Amateur Regatta just a few days ago, so they've already proved themselves against the best that British rowing has to offer. And as we can see here, they're just bringing out a very small lead, but it's obviously all to play for. XT University, a very strong program, produced the likes of James Doran in recent years for the GB team. And as we can see there, Clark University have a small but significant lead, about just perhaps a boat length over XT University Boat Club.
Red is first.
I know, I just
Okay.
I've never heard of them, so I just, yeah, I've never heard of them either. I follow the two, so right, start. I got it wrong. No, I got it right, yeah. Where's Galway?
Clark and Exeter continue to swing it out. Exeter is not going to let this go. It continues to push Clark forward his entirely digging a fight the whole way down.
You're Exeter! Let's go Exeter! Yeah, man! Let's go!
Let's go!
Yeah, yeah, go! Yeah, Exeter! Let's go, Exeter!
And here we are up at the start for another heat of the Aspirational 8. We have on the Berkshire station Bath University, and on the Buckingham station we have Worcester Polytechnic Crew A. So another Worcester Polytechnic crew looking to perform very well against this Bath crew. And as we see here coming out the island, they look fairly even. As we can see, Worcester just gaining a bit of early lead over Bath University Boat Club. And here we see a win for the National University of Ireland, Galway over Worcester Polytechnic B crew. A very good race and a very good demonstration of the quality of Irish rowing as we see the B crew, Worcester Polytechnic, just coming up to the end here.
The race that just won was the B crew. It was the B crew lost. And here we go up to the start again for another race in the Academic 8. We have Curlew Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Putney Town A on the Buckinghamshire station, Putney Town Chiswick-based club and Curlew RC Surrey. So this should be a very, very good race as we see them coming out of the island. Yeah, I agree. Curlew and Putney Town are relatively neck and neck here. Very good rowing here from both these crews, and it will be interesting, as you say, to see which one eventually pulls away.
As we see there, Worcester Polytechnic, they are very much succeeding where their compatriots failed here. They have left Bath University in the dust, and it is a win for Worcester Polytechnic University USA B-A crew over Bath University. Putney Town are just eking out a lead here, but Curlew simply will not let this go. And Putney Town coming into the finish here. This is still anyone's race, but it looks as if Putney Town will be the winners in this heat of the academic eights as we come up to the line here. And it is a very narrow win for Putney Town Boat Club, but Curlew really gave it to them in that last 100, 200 metres. A fantastic race there. Yes, absolutely. Twickenham, home of the GB Start programme, home to many up-and-coming British rowers such as Callum Dixon and Vaire Okabowo. And at the moment, this Twickenham 8 seems to be keeping pace, but as you said, Thames Rowing Club, very storied and very strong benchmark British crew as they just eke out this lead here. Thames there, just really taking the rate down and are just relaxed, powerful around the front, relaxed at the back, and they are really a class act in this event. It'll be interesting to see if they go on to win, but right now they are very much the crew in command of this race. Yes, both clubs are very much part of the very strong London rowing team, Best of Rowing Club, being members of the prestigious Romney Club, and they perform very well in local races. Mortlake and Leander, we perhaps haven't seen as much of them, but they are a good crew, as we can see there from their blade striking, there is no doubt about it, and I think they are making some ground here. Yes, it is. Mortlake looking to put on a bit of push and speed and to move away from Vesta here. That's right, it really is anyone's game. You tell by the perspective of your screen. There could potentially be an overlap here for Mortlake, but I'm not sure. And they're just in touch with each other. Maybe Vesta moving slightly away, but Mortlake are not letting them go. This is an absolute cracking race here. Yes, we are indeed. So this is a race between London Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Tyne Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Both clubs from separate ends of the country, but both big regional players and national players indeed in their own right. So it'll be fascinating to see how this race develops.
WPI? That's Vesta.
Yeah, we see that Vesta Rowing Club have taken a longer lead than we've previously seen over Mortlake Anglia and Alpha Boat Club, and it looks as though, barring any calamity, that it will be Vesta Rowing Club who win this as we come up to the line here. But this has been a very tight race all the way down the course, and credit to both of these crews. They have done phenomenally well to test each other and keep each other in it as we come up to the line. Really cracking race there. I think the best we've seen, the closest we've seen today as we go back to you just see London taking a fairly comfortable lead there. They're still on the way, they're still delivering the power. They're just gliding away from the time run from here.
What's the pace? It's not inspiration. No, that's what you see.
Why, that was my thing.
Where's our drone? Or does it not come till tomorrow?
There was a drone that didn't
go. Drone shot.
And just coming to the end there. That is an excellent win for Leander Club by some distance over Time Rowing Club, and they will look to be a force in this competition for sure. And it is a new category. We head up to the start of the academic doubles on the Berkshire station. We have Cardiff University, and on the Buckinghamshire station we have Baldridge B. Cardiff University having one or two steering issues there, and as a result Baldridge have come out to several lengths lead at the start of this race, and they are looking very comfortable. Quite unfortunate that happened, and Cardiff will look back to get in this quite soon, but at the moment Baldridge are taking full advantage of that early lead.
Oh, jeez. Wait, it was a nice dog. No, he's not on the course, but yeah, there's one shot. There's a whole lot of them swimming.
And right back up to the start, we have a race between Sunbury Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Birmingham University Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Good matchup between these two.
This is the Aspirational Doubles.
Coming up to the end here, and it is a good win for Bridge B against Cardiff University. Cardiff not benefiting at all from that early steering problem, but yes, it's a win for Bridge B. Very well done.
Sudbury RC continuing to pull out well over Birmingham. Birmingham continuing to have steering issues. They look like they're being pushed around by the wind a little bit. But Sudbury continuing to just pull out to a comfortable lead. They've lowered their right of striking. They're looking very comfortable at this point. Sudbury looking very comfortable there on your screen. And they've crossed the line. It's a successful win for Sudbury. Birmingham coming in, never giving up.
As we see there, Reading running up with a fairly, I'd say, insurmountable Oxford University lightweight women's rowing club. Reading, obviously Reading Rowing Club and Reading University Rowing Club are powerhouses of sculling, so it is no shame doing all this gravity. Look there, they're relaxed about the power, and Oxford have a very striking club by Calamity and come back. So Reading Rowing Club are in a very good position there.
It's the only A level I've got is Dutch language. Is there a reason? Is there a reason the rescue launch is going? Go report for radio duty. And at 4 o'clock I need to report for radio duty.
Yes, these two crews are fairly close to each other as we come out of the island, but Proteus is the one that takes the emphasis, but Mortlake are not letting them go, and this should be a cracking race as we head out part of the island. It's Proteus with the advantage here. It seems that Mortlake have a knack of bringing out very close races. We saw previously their 8 have a very close race earlier in the day with Vesta RC Group, and this is holding up to be another cracker here as we see them coming down the course. And Proteus have a lead, but Mortlake are not letting them go.
Hey, Phil.
It could lose me any more because my battery's near end. That's my end.
See you later. See you in 10 days. Yeah, sorry guys.
And back up to the start for the first race of the Aspirational Lightweight Singles between Oxford University Women's Rowing Club HWR on the Worcester station and the University of British Columbia's Campbell on the Buck station. University of British Columbia, a very big force in Canadian rowing, recently won the Canadian Rowing University Championships, so you would expect this going to be strong, but it is all to play for in the early stages.
University. Oh, can't be wrong. It should be up there. What are these doing up there? Okay, should be good now.
London Rowing Club on Berkshire Station and K. Reed of Peterborough on Buckinghamshire Station. At the end of the spectator zone coming up towards the barrier,
I did talk.
London Rowing Club has built up a commanding lead of approximately 4 lengths over Peterborough.
So we see there the sculler from University of British Columbia, M. Camplin, has extended her lead. Wake from University of Oxford, Lightweight Women's Rowing Clubbing, having one or two steering issues and catching a crab, unfortunately. But this is a very good sculling effort from Camplin from University of British Columbia, as she just winds it up and just takes it slow and coming to the finish. You can see from the waves coming over the boat or kind of the rough water how rough it really is out there. These competitors are doing incredibly well, as we see the sculler from University of British Columbia, Camplin. She has really taken it to Wake in this race, and she has done exceptionally well to hold on to this, as we just see her coming into the latter stages of this race and the finish.
Gary, if you've got a moment, I've got 2 dead batteries here.
New race.
That's hot. Is that showing hot for you? 'Cause I can't see it.
This is a race, again, of the Aspirational Lightweight singles between the London sculler Dee Ward on the Berkshire station and Peterborough K. Reid on the Buckinghamshire station. And we see the London sculler is out there with good length.
race starting.
We can see here a race in the Aspirational Doubles between DSR Proteus Erites from the Netherlands on the Berkshire Station and Henley Rowing Club on the Buck Station. Henley Rowing Club, obviously a local club here, and they have had a lot of success with, particularly in the women's area, with likes of Georgie Robinson Ranger moving on to UL and representing GB and beyond. So this should be a very good race. And already we can see a lead being taken out of the island. I believe, yes, it is Proteus who have taken the lead over Henley Rowing Club out of the island, but we'd expect Henley to be coming back. So it's a good start for Proteus. Proteus extending their lead here, and it's very good to see a Dutch crew here at Henley Women's Regatta. Of course, on Henley Royal we have the lights of Okenos, we have Neerhaus, but it's good to see so many Dutch clubs come from what is an extremely strong rowing nation, and at the moment they are definitely showing the quality of their club race, and they've taken a substantial lead over Henley, but not insurmountable, it should be noted.
New race starting.
And here we see the sculler from Coleraine Grammar School, Northern Ireland, just coming in to the end. Very good race from her. You can see she's absolutely shattered. Very, very well rowed race. Nothing to be ashamed of there. And that is a very good win for Coleraine Grammar School, the sculler Kay Dolzell against Darts Totnes Rowing Club sculler L Manning.
last bit.
And we see there the Proteus crew in a commanding position. Oh, a spectator has got quite excited and jumped into the water there. Hopefully no injury there, but yeah, the Proteus crew is truly dominant in this race. Fantastic racing from them.
And we're seeing the end of a very competitive race here between KSRB Njord and
St Andrews University Boat Club. Njord are going away with it, but St Andrews are not letting them go here. This is a cracking race. And a great race here. It's coming down to the wire between KSRV Njord of the Netherlands and St Andrews University Boat Club. St Andrews crew just raising that rate. This race really is coming down to the wire as we head into the final stages. It is not neck and neck, but it is certainly very close between KSRV Njord of the Netherlands and St Andrews Boat Club.
Yeah, that would be fun. Busy.
And so it looks like we've just had an unfortunate Oh no, just coming across the line there in that race between Njord and St Andrews in the heat of the Aspirational Doubles, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. Like it was the Njord B crew that came across the line first, but we're now picking up the Njord A crew, which is our next race on the course, race number 47. Njord A on the Berkshire station and Nottingham Rowing Club B on the Buckinghamshire station. Looks like Njord out with a comfortable margin at the moment over the Nottingham crew as they move away from the barrier and towards the spectator zone. And there's the Nottingham B crew just coming into shot now. Great shot there of the A crew from Njord, able to take the rating down in the second half of this race. Going down into the mid-20s or so now as they continue to push away from Nottingham Rowing Club B. Very impressive row here by this Njord crew of Carleen de Roy and Jodie de Jong, ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club's Josephine Baumann and Alejandra Marlene Ortiz Rivas. And as we pick up our next race now, which is the final heat of the Aspirational Double Sculls, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. And in this one, we've got the De Montfort University, Leicester University composite up against Imperial College and Twickenham Rowing Club composite. Through the barrier now. As are the A crew from KSRV Njord in the Netherlands, just able to paddle up towards the finish line in their heat of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. They should be going through to the quarterfinals. As we pick up our next race now, and we can see it's the Imperial Twickenham composite. The royal blue of Imperial and the navy blue of Nottingham pairing together very nicely on this occasion. This crew competed at the regatta last year, having been training partners at the Twickenham Start programme. And Aoife Keane, who's in the bow seat of this pair, studies at Imperial, so has recently started training with the university to help balance training and studying better. And Heloise Wormleyton, who's in the straight balances, her training with the Start programme and a full-time career as a brand manager. They are up against Lottie DeHaan and Natasha Stewart. Lottie DeHaan, in her final year of a history undergrad at Leicester University, started rowing at Devon Rowing Club when she was 17 after being encouraged by her parents and fell in love with the sport. She continued at Leicester University Boat Club and became the senior women's captain. Supporting and encouraging an incredibly fun group of people competing at Henley Women's is the perfect end to her university rowing experience, and she is excited to compete with De Montfort. So Natasha, who's representing De Montfort in that double, began rowing with Great Marlow School and is in her first year of a speech and language therapy degree at De Montfort. Natasha has had a great first year with the University Club, placing second in the Championship lightweight fours at Bucks Head, and is stepping up next season to captain the women's squad. So the current women's captain of Leicester and the soon-to-be women's captain of De Montfort pairing up here, but it is the Imperial Nottingham former start pair who are well out in front in this heat of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for Aspirational Double Sculls. And we have our first heat in the next batch of Aspirational Lightweight Singles on the course as well. We've got Tideway Scullers School, represented by Francesca Bailey-Tate, and Cambridge University's Miranda Clements. And it is Miranda Clements of Cambridge who is in the lead as they go through the quarter mile. Sorry, not through the quarter mile, just off the end of the island, approaching the quarter mile and coming up towards the barrier. So in this one, we got Miranda Clements, a member of the lightweight women's crew that set a new record for the lightweight boat race against Oxford. 3 years at Cambridge Lightweights. She also used to do skiff rowing. She rowed at Cardiff as an undergrad and raced at Bucks Regatta 2022, coming 6th in the Championship lightweight single sculls. She's up against Francesca Bailey-Tate of Tideway Scullers, ex-Reading University. A big sculling background from Reading University, went to USA with Reading Uni. Made the final of the Aspirational Quads back in 2019, and this is her first year at Tideway Scullers, and she's here racing in the Aspirational Lightweight Singles Sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. Huge number of races on the course now, just as we look to make up time from the little gap in racing we had earlier due to an obstruction on the course. So the next race is already underway, race number 50, the second of these heats in the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. Aline Hayrick of Notts County Rowing Association up against Edinburgh University's Neve Rigby, just coming up to the end of the island now. But through the barrier in this previous race, still it's Miranda Clements of Cambridge University established a comfortable lead. So as we pick up this heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy, Miranda Clements of Cambridge University able to lower down the rate ever so slightly with a comfortable lead over Francesca Bailey-Tate. And we've got our second race that's on the course at the moment, that between Notts County and Edinburgh University. And it is the Notts County sculler on the Berkshire station who is currently in the lead. uncertainty into the beautiful sunlight here at Henley as Miranda Clements rows away in her heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight singles, as able to comfortably deal with Francesca Bailey-Tate in this one. And just through the barrier in that second race, Notts County has extended up a pretty comfortable advantage in this one. And Miranda Clements here just moving up towards the finish line, looking to take a fairly comfortable win there in that heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And as we look now down onto our next race, already on the course, race number 51, we have Sarah Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club up against Dart Totnes' Amy Hallett. Great shot of these two crews as they go down the island. And it is the Greenbank sculler S. Lewis who looks to have opened up. A solid advantage there, as we also now pick up back in the previous race, race number 50, Notts County's Eva Hayrick, solidly up against Niamh Rigby of Edinburgh University. So we still have on the left of your screen Aline Hayrick just coming across the line there to win, or to cross the line in first position in her race against Niamh Rigby. Then in our next race, S. Lewis of Greenbank continuing to lead over Hallett of Dart Totnes. So they're coming through the barrier now. And we've got our final heat of the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy on the course. Nottingham Rowing Club's Kay Cooper and Birmingham University E. Meredith. They're just at the end of the island now, and it is Birmingham University who've opened up a comfortable lead of around about 2.5 lengths in this final heat. So coming up towards the finish then for S. Lewis of Greenbank. And across the line there against Dart Totnes. So as our last singles race comes down the course with Erin Meredith of Birmingham University leading over Nottingham, we're about to get underway with the Championship 8s. So we're moving from the singles and the slowest events in the, well, the longest events in the programme time-wise to some of the fastest of the Championship 8. And we're starting off with Bucknell University versus UC Berkeley. Race number 153 and 2.8 absolutely careening off the start here. So we've got Bucknell on the Berkshire station and UC Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley on the Buckinghamshire station. And it looks as though it is Cal who have opened up a big advantage at the start of this race. They've come absolutely flying out of the blocks here, have this Cal crew. But it's not a huge amount in, I'd say maybe half a length there in favour of Cal as we come through the quarter mile. So it looks as though Bucknell continuing to push back against Cal. It was just an electrically fast start from the Cal crew, but Bucknell, as we settled into the race, coming up closer. So past the barrier now and coming up towards the competitor zone, and Cal have managed to extend that lead out against Bucknell again. So it's now just over a length in favour of the California Berkeley crew. Cal looking really sharp around the front end. You can see in the background just this, there's absolutely no delay when the blades get to the front. They're all dropping into the water at the exact same time. They're getting onto that leg drive sharpish. Shot from behind now, and you can see what I was saying, that as soon as those blades, as soon as the handles get as far forward as they can and the blades are as far back as possible, they really lock onto that water sharp, get that work on through the legs. Hugely competitive collegiate scene, obviously, in America these days. These crews will have come off the NCAA championships, which were held in Sarasota, Florida, just a few weeks ago. And this Cal crew here in the championship 8 looks as though they're maybe just loosening out a little bit now as they are moving into the latter stages of this race. And as we see Bucknell, they did well to try and hold on to Cal for as long as they could. I thought in that first 500, once they were out of the sprint, I thought they were actually closing that margin down a little bit, but it has extended out in the second half of this race. And Cal now definitely looking like their rating is lower than it was earlier on. They're just able to sit on it maybe around kind of 26, 28 or so, looking very relaxed as they come into the latter stages of this race. We've got one of the biggest fields we've had in the Championship 8 here at Henley Women's Regatta for a very long time. It's going to be fascinating to see. And we've got all of the 14 crews that are remaining in the draw now coming up over the next 7 races. So we're going to be able to get a good eye on all of them. Now we've got our next heat of those Championship 8s on the course, and that is Oxford Brookes University versus Thames Rowing Club A. Now, there was a little bit of controversy from the time trials this morning. Oxford Brookes decided to paddle over the time trial in the decision of the race committee. That was unsportsmanlike behaviour, deciding that they were going to relax in the time trial to save their energy for this side-by-side race. As a result, Oxford Brookes have been given a public warning, and all Oxford Brookes crews all weekend will have an official warning for every single race that they compete. But Oxford Brookes, as they are through the barrier now, looks like they have opened up a small advantage on Thames Rowing Club. Thames have been incredibly strong on the women's side this year. They placed 2 crews in the top 10 of the women's head of the river. They've got 2 crews here in Championship 8 and 2 crews in Club 8, all of whom are looking really, really sharp. And they're looking fantastic here as they're up against Oxford Brookes. As we wait for Oxford Brookes to come alongside now, as we're in the competitor zone, it is still incredibly tight in this race. And it's really hard to pick between these two. Thames giving Oxford Brookes a really hard race here. Thames just looking incredibly aggressive and racy. I'd say Oxford Brookes looking like they maybe have a bit more power and that may come to pass in the second half of this race. As we can see, both of our two crews there rowing away from the competitor zone where our boat tents are, and moving up towards the Forley box. And I think Thames may have even just taken an ever so slight advantage over Oxford Brookes as we move into the second half of this race. And there's going to be absolutely no quarter given in the remaining stages of this race. Oxford Brookes University have been an institution at Henley Women's Regatta and in women's rowing for some years. And if Thames Rowing Club can come and take this scalp here in the first heat, it would be an absolute turnout for the books. And it would also be a repudiation of the decision by Oxford Brookes to paddle the time trial this morning. If they had raced the time trial, they may have had an easier race. Instead, they've come up against a juggernaut here in the Thames Rowing Club crew, and it still looks like there's not much to choose between these crews as we're coming into the final stages of this race. I think Thames Rowing Club still have a small advantage over Oxford Brookes as we're coming into the closing stages. There's maybe only 250 metres left. Who has still got some energy left in this race between Thames Rowing Club and Oxford Brookes University here in this heat of the Championship 8s? It's still super hard to try and pick anything in between these two crews. The rate for Thames Rowing Club has been high all the way down the course, but it goes even higher now as they charge down into the final 10 strokes or so of this race. I think Thames Rowing Club may have possibly done enough and moved away from Oxford Brookes in the closing stages of this race. Have Thames Rowing Club performed an upset here and overcome Oxford Brookes University? I think they have. And coming across the line, it's half a length for Thames Rowing Club. Some of the hands go down, so the hands go up, some of the bodies go down in exhaustion. What a race that was there between Thames and Oxford Brookes, and it looks like Thames may have come up with the goods. And it's absolutely relentless here because we're immediately moving on to the next race, race number 55, University of British Columbia versus Brown University, USA. Two more international crews here in this Championship 8 field, and it's Brown University, as you can see on the far side of your shot on the Buckinghamshire station. I'm just trying to recover my voice somewhat after that fantastic race there between Thames Rowing Club and Oxford Brookes University. But we've got Brown University, another impressive crew here in the Championship 8s. So we've got this University of British Columbia crew, 2021 Canadian University champions. First time for all of these athletes to compete in the UK. And we've got Brown University Boat Club. It's the Varsity 8 from Brown University women's rowing team located in Providence, Rhode Island. So into the closing stages then for this next heat of the Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Cup. And this Brown University crew, the varsity crew from Brown, established a comfortable open water advantage over the crew from University of British Columbia, Canada. And they're going to look like they're going to take a comfortable win in this heat of the Ron Needs Cup for Championship 8s. And our next race is on the course now, another heat of the Ron Needs Cup for Championship 8, and it's between Leander Club B on the Berkshire Station and an almighty composite on the Buckinghamshire Station. It's a big Dutch composite. We've got Proteus Arites, we've got Asopos de Vliet Leiden, we've got Focas, we've got Argo, and we've got Oceanos up against Leander Club. Looks like another incredibly tight race here. We're through the barrier, and it is the Leander Club crew, the Leander B crew, with an advantage over the Dutch composite. Around about half a length in favour of the local Leander crew. Crew of India Summerside, Tara Grimsley Moore, Patricia Smith, Grace Denning Smitherman, Cameron Nyland, Franny Hunt Davis, Abigail Top, Sarah Ferris, and Cox by Kira O'Brien. Two former Edinburgh University athletes in the bow seat in India Summerside and Tara Grimsley Moore. And at the moment, those are the two who are out in front of this race, as their Leander crew has established a half-length lead over the Dutch composite crew. Good shot there of our Dutch crew. Based on the fact that they're all in matching kit, I might not be surprised if this is a crew that is coming together for an event, maybe the under 23 championships, something of that ilk. Many of these Leander athletes are former under 23 athletes of the past, so very high caliber in this event. And it is still Leander being urged on by their cox, Kira O'Brien, absolutely urging every last ounce of her Leander Club athletes here on home water. Still doesn't feel like there's much in this race as they're coming up towards the finish now. And as we pan round, there we go, we can see that Leander Club do still indeed have an advantage over the Dutch composite and over the finish line. It looks as though it was around about a half-length advantage to Leander in the end as they crossed the finish line. But we're going straight back down to our next race now, another heat of the Championship 8, the Ron Needs Cup, and we've got University College Dublin Ladies Ireland versus Tideway Scullers School. Tideway Scullers, who did such a fantastic job at the women's head early in the year, head coach Kieran Clark's last year coaching this Tideway Scullers program before he steps down over the summer, and what a way to top it off it would be if they could win these Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Cup here at Henley Women's Regatta 2022. This crew of Betty Payne, Anna Terry, Kate Wagstaff, Helena Barton, Helen Elizabeth Kirkpatrick, Saskia Budget, Katie Masali and Alice Bloomer, coxed by the former King's College School Wimbledon, Durham University and University of London cox Ben Rich. And Tideway Scullers looking really, really calm now. I think they've been able to open up a big advantage. So this season's cruise results: third at the Women's Head, and they won the club pennant. They were second at Regatta on both days, fourth at Met Regatta on both days. We're coming from a huge number of different former clubs. We've got Nottingham, Imperial, Leicester, Brooks, Durham, University of London, Dundee and Edinburgh. So 8 different universities represented there. And they also have a variety of jobs. We've got vets, police officers, rowing coaches, physicians and marketing brand managers. And it doesn't seem to the variety of backgrounds, variety of jobs doesn't seem to be holding this Tideway Scullers School 8 back at all. They're up against the University College Dublin's ladies, Irish crew coming from University College Dublin, coached by Tom Sullivan, with this being his 60th year of coaching. That's an absolutely fantastic record for Tom Sullivan and his crew here from University College Dublin, but they are being bested at the moment by this incredibly impressive Tideway Scullers School 8. I think it's going to take something to try and beat them. A little fist pump there, and perhaps a wave to their fans on the side there. See a little wave from the stroke and 7 seat of that 8. But we've got our next race on the course now. We're continuing with the Ron Needs Cup and the Championship 8. Race number 58. We had the Leander A crew just previously. Now we've got their A crew, and they are up against a big composite here. So we've got Leander coming up against composites, it would appear. So we've got Leander on Berkshire, and then we've got Cambridge, London, Thames, Texas, and Cal on the Buckinghamshire station. So a big composite there. Some British crews, some American crews. Potentially some of those American athletes are British athletes, maybe at university in the States who've come over, or they may be American athletes who just wanted a trip across the pond, as they might say. But at the end of the island, this Leander Club crew looking very impressive. So Leander A, Met Nielsen, Daisy Bellamy, Alice Bartz, Ella Toa, Megan Slabbert, Ruth Sidorn, Lisa Goosens, Eve Stewart and Katie Ward. So we've got a huge number of under-23 pedigree and medals in that event. Up against this composite of Fernanda Caballos Lara, Carly Wright, Sophie Faliero, Nicola Lawless, Darla Matthews, Sarah Tisdall, Claire Furyk, Charlotte Vesselman and coxed by Hugh Sporton. But at the barrier, just past the barrier in fact, Leander have opened up a lengths advantage over the composite crew. And it's around about a length and a half now as they go through the barrier, through the spectator zone. Around about 550 metres done of this 1,500 metre course here at Henley Women's Regatta. Goes off the traditional start at Temple Island and finishes at Regatta Club. So coming up towards that halfway mark, 750 or so metres, just as they're going through the competitor zone where our boat racks and our landing stages are. Leander Club, of course, won't have their boats housed in the boat racks down here. They'll be at the finish line, just past the finish line, past the stewards' enclosure, by the bridge in the Pink Palace. but this Thames-led composite are trying to hold on to this incredibly talented Leander crew.
Championship 8, Nottingham, Edinburgh.
And I'm looking forward to seeing this Leander crew come up against some of the other crews here. So looking at the progression from the races we've had, I think we're going to see University of California, Berkeley up against Thames tomorrow. That should be a fantastic race. Brown University are going to go up against the Leander B crew. And there's some crews from this 8th event that I think all of them have raced. As we can see, our next race off the start now, which is the last race in the Ron Needs Cup, and another very impressive looking start here. In this case, we've got the incredibly well contrasted baby blue of Edinburgh University on the Buckinghamshire station, and then the bright florid green of Notts County Rowing Association on the Berkshire station. We can see the baby blues of Edinburgh, coached by John Higson. And oh my, what an advantage they have taken in the opening stages of this race. They are taking no prisoners going through the quarter mile, and they are already leading by around 2 lengths over Notts County. This Edinburgh University crew, I think they just missed out, if I remember correctly, on a medal in the Championship 8 at Henley Women's Regatta, behind Cambridge, Oxford Brookes and the University of London. Coming in 4th position, just as we see on the right of our shot, Leander crossing ahead of the Thames-led composite. But Edinburgh University now crew of Lily Young, Isabel Johnson, Claudia Rossington, Hannah Supple, Alice Ives, Perry McCluskey, Jane Hardy, Katrina Taylor and Isabel Knott. And through the barrier they go now with a comfortable advantage over Notts County Rowing Association, the crew of Erin Thompson, Emily Bell, Ella Abraham, Jade Smith, Anna Shaw, Amy Hicken, Jasmine Smith, Catherine Watson and Lucy McCroney. This Edinburgh crew, I know that when they raced the Bucks, they maybe hadn't had a huge amount of time in this combination, focusing on some of their other crews, and with exams unable to get the full 8 in combination out. But they've been doing a tour of the Scottish Highlands, going around some of the various locks and waterways that navigate across the Highlands of Scotland, finding some beautiful, long, flat rowing water. You go onto the Edinburgh Rowing Instagram, you'll see some fantastic photos, I believe, from Loch Oik that they spent some time on. But Edinburgh University here just looking a lot more together than when I saw them around about a month and a half ago at the Bucks Regatta at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham, and they've opened up a commanding advantage over Notts County. And they've obviously got a bit of a plan here about what they want to achieve out of this race. Even though they've got a comfortable advantage, they've maybe let the rating down a little bit, but not by too much. I wonder if John Higson has just challenged them. Right, I want to see you take it all the way, at least to Fawley. At least get to Fawley, and then maybe take the rating down a bit and save your energy, because there's going to be some brutal racing tomorrow. We're going to have the quarterfinals for this tomorrow. There's going to be 8 incredibly tough crews to beat. Whereas one, I was saying earlier, I thought there might have been one crew. Indeed, there was one crew that got a bye from the time trials straight into the side by side. I'd need to verify exactly who that was. I can't remember off the top of my head. Might be the University of London, in fact. Yes, I think it was the University of London. Able to pull that from somewhere out the back end of my brain, so a little metaphorical pat on the back to me. It's pretty warm here, as you may have gathered at the Henley Women's Regatta, and it's a good challenge for how sharp you can stay when you've been on the microphone, either here on the YouTube or on the course all day. So Edinburgh University on the right, they're continuing to paddle away, but we are moving on to our next event, the Championship Coxless Fours. And we're starting off with a race between the Tideway Scullers School A crew and Nottingham University. And what a tight one we have here at the quarter mile. It looks like Nottingham University on the Buckinghamshire station have an advantage of around about half a length over Tideway Scullers School. And through the barrier now, and Nottingham University have extended their advantage over Tideway Scullers School's A crew out to around about a length. This Nottingham University crew of Grace Johnson, Anna Kemsley, Katie Kearsey and Georgina Thorpe. Don't have any notes about them, unfortunately. If you missed the opportunity to send in notes about your crew when you did your entry, you can send an email to commentary@hwr.org.uk. Send us an email on there to let us know your crew number and your club, and give us some useful information about your crew. It really helps us out on the commentary if we want to be able to know as much about you as possible. There's a huge number of crews, and it's hard for us to, as knowledgeable as many of our commentators are, it's hard to pick up something about every single one of you. So if you could drop us an email with any notes you have, we'd be happy to drop it into our notes and try and make sure that we mention it throughout the day's racing. So we're moving on to our next race now, this next heat of the Championship Coxless Fours. And we can see Durham and University College Dublin here racing for the Averil Vellacock Cup. And we've got some interesting steering going on. So Durham University off the start, moving out into the centre of the course there. Could see they were pushing UCD over towards the booms. UCD got close to those booms on the Buckinghamshire side, on their bow side. But not quite touching them. And Durham University, I couldn't see the umpire, but I'm sure they were being warned vociferously by the umpire to get back onto their Berkshire station. And indeed, there we can see the umpire's white flag sticking out with his left arm, giving Durham a stern warning that they need to get back onto the Berkshire station as soon as possible. And indeed, from that shot now, it appears as though they have done that. And it is Durham University who currently have the advantage in this one for the Averil Vellacock Cup. Durham University crew of Anna Mavra, Charlotte Williams, Lily Brown and Florence Selling leading over University College Dublin. So I'm just overhearing from the on-course commentary that the umpire has given Durham their final warning about their steering. So they really need to make sure they're not challenging the umpire too much more I know that they're out with clear water now, but they still don't want to be taking too many liberties. We just saw in our shot there, that's Nottingham University coming through the line ahead of Tideway Scholars School in that first heat of the Avril Vellacock Cup. But we go back down now to Durham University. They're through the barrier. They're coming up towards the halfway marker in this race here in the Avril Vellacock Cup Ford Championship Coxless Fours. I'd say Durham University still not looking like they're not tight to the booms on their stroke side, but they're definitely not as far in the middle as they were earlier on in the race. UCD seem to have settled into their rhythm slightly, and I think they're losing slightly less ground now than they were perhaps earlier in the race. So UCD continuing to push this, try and close the margin on Durham. And obviously, the closer that UCD can get, the more chance they have that if at the end they want to challenge the result of this race, if they want to say to the umpire, hey, we think the reason that we lost all that distance at the start of this race was because of the Durham University steering. And if the race is close enough, then the umpire may be inclined to hear their arguments. And indeed, I think University College Dublin, well, they're definitely back with overlap on Durham University, but they're coming up towards the finish now. They're running out of water if they want to make a difference here. UCD trying to close it down as much as possible. You can see a huge heave going on there from the stroke seat, trying to extract every last bit of power they possibly can. As we look back down onto the start line now as we get ready for our next race, which will be in the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. But with this tight race between University College Durham and University College Dublin and Durham, my apologies, there is a University College Durham, but they're definitely not racing here. Would really love to see what's going on at the finish between these two crews. And there it is, Durham University do cross the line ahead of University College Dublin. So that's result from the that heat of the Avril Vellacock Cup for Championship Coxless Fours. It's showing as confirmed on my screen as a win for Durham. So it looks as though Durham may have gotten away with that, although I think they're going to want to improve their steering ever so slightly as they go into the next rounds. Just looking down from the start, not sure why we've just waiting for our next race to get underway, and indeed there we go, off the start of this heat of the Avril Vellacock Cup. Sorry, my apologies. The Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. And in this first one, we've got Sheffield University up against Imperial College London.
Is that all right with you? That's camera 5.
So at the end of the island in this next race, and Imperial College London opened up a small, slender lead over Sheffield University, but definitely nothing that can't be overcome later on in the race. We're just going through the quarter mile now, so around about 400 metres. See the umpires launch there, following the races down with the umpire standing proudly in the bows. Looking on from the spectator zone now. And Imperial College London have just slightly extended their lead over Sheffield University as we're coming up towards the barrier. It's now around about half a length in favour of the Tideway-based crew. Coming up towards the barrier, so around about 550 metres in, and Imperial College London. This crew of Emma Hall, Sophie Lee, Horo, Lucinda Dowes and Eleanor Woolridge. Currently with a lead over Sheffield, represented by Ghislaine Herzog, Charlotte Sykes, Lily Pearce and Emma Woods.
Newcastle University. Attention. Go.
So in these aspirational fours, just 12 crews in this event. So 4 crews got a bye directly through to tomorrow's racing, where they'll be joined by the winners of these next 4 races. And our next race is underway now on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got Aberdeen University on the Berkshire Station and Newcastle University on the Buckinghamshire Station. Again, we're in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. And we had a Royal Blue crew on the Buckinghamshire Station winning in the last race with Imperial. And we've got another one here with Newcastle, the Blue Star. No strangers to success at Henley Women's Regatta, of course. And this Newcastle University crew of Carrie Spencer, Caroline Chavos, Sophie Allison and Charlotte Drew. Out in front ahead of this one from Aberdeen University, Kirsty McCallum, Sarah Gilhooly, Morgan Nunes and Emily Carruthers. I believe that University Rowing Aberdeen, the body that looks after both Aberdeen University and Robert Gordon University Rowing, currently looking for a head coach at the moment. So if you've an ambition to move up to North Scotland and coach a fantastic rowing programme on the River Dee, then that would be certainly a good place to look. So we've got two good races now on our screens. On the left, we've got Newcastle leading against Aberdeen, and on the right, we've got Imperial leading against Sheffield. Sheffield on the right looking like they're doing well to hold on in this race against Imperial, but I think they may struggle to come back in this one. Coming up towards the barrier in the second race, and Newcastle have extended their lead out to around about a length. And the Imperial crew there coming across the line ahead of Sheffield as we pick up Newcastle again in the big picture. So Newcastle continue to maintain a lead of around about a length over Aberdeen as they go through the halfway mark of this race of the Aspirational Academic Coxless Falls for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. So I should mention this is not just Aberdeen University, it is a Aberdeen University Robert Gordon composite. So it is a full university rowing Aberdeen crew racing here. And on to our next race now in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. And we have Oxford Brookes there. They are up against Glasgow Academy and Glasgow University Composites. But neither of those crews appear to be racing hard. They both appear to be paddling over. So I'm not sure if there's something that I missed early on. If there was that came up on the screen and I missed it, then my apologies.
Hello, I've picked up the mic, Carrie. Are you hearing this? I haven't got my talk back on, so I don't know if you can hear this.
Still quite a ways from 5.
So I'm just hearing from my trusted sources that there was a clash between these two crews early on in the race, and potentially a clash with the booms as well. So we're waiting for this race to get to the finish and waiting an umpire's verdict on this one. So on to our next race then between KSRV Njord, Netherlands and Liverpool University. Just coming up towards the barrier now.
These soundies, eh? Literally when you touched it more. Coming in shortly.
So moving on to our next round of events, the Aspirational Academic Coxless Quads for the Chairman's Trophy. And in this first one, we've got Upper Thames up against Edinburgh University. So coming up towards the barrier, and it is just over a length's lead for Edinburgh at the moment over Upper Thames. Edinburgh continuing to extend their lead over Upper Thames through the competitor zone to almost 2 lengths. So in that heat of the aspirational academic coxless quads, it was Edinburgh University A crew who came across the line well ahead of Upper Thames Rowing Club. To aspirational academic quads aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy. Moving on to the next race now, which is the Edinburgh University B crew on the Berkshire Station and Thames Rowing Club in these bright pink base layers on the Buckinghamshire Station. And we're just coming up towards the barrier now, and it is Thames Rowing Club who've opened up a comfortable lead over the Edinburgh University B crew. It's around about 2 lengths to Thames as they come past our commentary position and go through the barrier. This Thames Rowing Club quad looking really, really classy, sculling up towards the middle of the course now. They're past the spectator zone and approaching the competitor zone. asked maybe some of their teammates in the 8s from the both the championship and club 8s. They may have stayed on to cheer their teammates on. This Thames Rowing Club crew of Sarah Ritchie's, Natalie Morgan, Claire Wood and Maya Drakenberg. And Sarah Ritchie's in the Bouncy, ex-Thames, is a former Thames junior and then went to Edinburgh University, so racing back against her former university teammates, came back to Thames. Natalie Morgan in the 2-seat did the lightweight single last year, comes from a good sculling background. Maya's coming off injury, was injured last year and then come back strong this year. They came into this quad in their training camp early this season after sweeping all year. They won the B final of the championship quads at Met on the Saturday, and then they came 4th in the A final at Met on Sunday. So a very impressive looking quad here from Thames Rowing Club. Then the Edinburgh University B crew, Annalise Goddard, Carmen Bonich, Olivia Bell and Charlotte Cooper in this B crew. But they've come up against what you can see is a really classy Thames Rowing Club A crew here in this heat of the Chairman's Trophy for the Aspirational Coxless Quads. 16 crews are contesting this event after the time trials. So we're going to have 8 heats. We've got 4 heats now to start off with. Then we'll have 4 more heats a little bit later on to towards the end of today's racing. They'll go on to the quarterfinals tomorrow, and then the semis and finals, as with almost all events which are taking place on Sunday. So coming up towards the finish now, and it is Thames Rowing Club who crossed the line ahead of the Edinburgh University B crew here in this heat of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads. So it looks like we've got a small break now, but our next race, which hopefully will be getting underway very soon, will be the next heat between City of Cambridge on the Berkshire Station and Molesey Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. So into this next heat now of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads, and it is Molesey Boat Club as we're coming up towards the barrier, who have opened up a comfortable advantage over the City of Cambridge, who are on the Buckinghamshire station. City of Cambridge there just coming into shot now, looking very racy and aggressive still as they're coming up towards the barrier, settled into quite a high racy rhythm, but maybe just lacking a little bit of the punch that the Molesey crew have through the middle of the stroke. You can see how flat the Molesey crew is through the middle. Bodies staying really strong, blades not moving up and down too much through the drive phase, really getting the most out of their legs and the body swing. Not a huge rock back either on the Molesey crew. So this Molesey Boat Club crew of Emmy Kirkhope, Megan Thomas, Sasha James and Esme Jones looking very comfortable out in front. Haven't taken the rating down too much. We've seen a few crews do that. Looks like they're maybe using this first heat when they've just got just the one side-by-side race today. Opportunity to get a good race simulation in, maybe race it all the way through to Forley and then assess from there. This Molesey crew well up on the City of Cambridge Rowing Club crew: Isabel Potterill, Sarah Stafford, Airy, Meryl Dubois, Valence Slaggeran and Florence Alexander. So on to the next heat of the Aspirational Quads, the Chairman's Trophy. And we've got Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And you can see in your shot there the Marlow Rowing Club crew who are comfortable out in front of this one. They're able to take their rating right down. They're probably into the last 250 metres of their race, almost at the 3/4 mile signal. It's Marlow Rowing Club crew: Philomena Burrows, Alicia Redmond, Leanne Cowley and Rachel Shaw. Durham Amateur Rowing Club, fresh off one of their most important regattas of the season, which was last weekend. Durham Regatta race on the River Wear up in the northeast, and they've come down to race here in the Chairman's Trophy as well. This Durham Amateur Rowing Club crew of Anna Golighty, Francesca Whitfield, Gabrielle Maxfield and Katie McDade. But Marlow Rowing Club have been the class of this heat here of the Chairman's Trophy and into the closing stages. Not expending any more energy than they need to, just paddling across at a really nice strong rhythm into the closing stages. With the fierce, fierce sun here at Henley beating down on their backs. And across the line there. And we're immediately going on to our next race, and it's our first side-by-side race of the day for the Development Coxed Fours. The Frank V. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours. And in this one, we've got St Andrews University on the Berkshire Station and United Hospitals Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And going through the barrier, it is St Andrews University who have opened up a reasonable lead in this one. So this Development Coxed Fours, for those of you who don't know, was introduced to Henley Women's Regatta around about 4 or 5 years ago now. Now, was supposed to give an opportunity to, as a bridge before getting to the aspirational club and academic level events for those who had joined the sport of rowing recently, whether that be at university or at club level, and still have the opportunity to compete at a high level and compete for wins here at Henley Women's Regatta. So usually the guidelines are, if you've been rowing for more than 3 years, you should probably not be entering the Development Coxed Fours. There are a variety of other sub-rules which can all be found on the Henley Women's Regatta entry criteria. You can find some interesting crews that have tried to sort of thread the needle as tight as they can of what is still eligible for a Development Coxed Four. And we end up with an interesting mix of club and university crews racing in this event. We've got 2 university crews racing here, and we can see St Andrews University leading out over United Hospitals Boat Club. St Andrews University with their new head coach this year, the former GB sweep rower Alan Sinclair, back up in Scotland, learnt to row at Inverness, and now leading the St Andrews University programme, which has while it's produced some strong crews in previous years, looking to build a really strong foundation to grow the club in years to come. And just what fantastic conditions we have here at Henley Women's Regatta. It's been incredibly hot today, as I'm sure it has been for anyone else who's watching from the UK. So it's been tough for these athletes who've raced in time trials early this morning and then needed to keep themselves in good condition for the rest of the day. So that's hopefully staying somewhere cool, somewhere off their feet, somewhere where they're well hydrated. And this St Andrews University crew look to have ticked all the boxes. And into the last 300 metres or so of this race, and St Andrews University are continuing to stretch out their advantage over United Hospitals Boat Club. This St Andrews crew: Ava Rawson, Araminta Aziz, Harriet White, Olivia Reeves and Eleanor Guild. Thanks for providing a huge amount of fantastic information. I'm not going to be able to read through it all, unfortunately, but I think we're going to be seeing this St Andrews crew again in the racing tomorrow, so there'll be another opportunity. But a shout out to this United Hospitals Boat Club crew. Tiara Rupa Singh, Rosie Crosby, Laura Dan, Melissa Nelson and coxed by Annabelle Thompson. Sitting just a few lengths down on St Andrews University as they're coming up to the finish line. I can say a good sign of the performance of this St Andrews crew. They placed 4th in the B final of Intermediate 8 at Bucks this year. So that middle level event that sits between Championship and Beginner at the huge university championships that take place at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. But as that race finishes, we're going to go straight on to our next heat of the Frank V. Harry Cup for Development Cox Fours. And this one is between Leeds Rowing Club and Exeter University. So we do have a club on university match-up here. Leeds Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and they are currently being led by the university crew from Exeter University. Two crews, a pretty big geographical distance between them, between the north of England and the far southwest. But it is Exeter University, the students who are currently out in front of this one. The Leeds Rowing Club crew of Jennifer Hughes, Georgina Ashley, Amy Wilson, Sarah Vincent and Isha Omri. These athletes were part of the club's 2021 Weehawk crew and have been successful in a variety of heads and regattas this season, including Nottingham City Regatta, where members of this crew won the women's Band 1 Cox Fours, and the University of Exeter crew with Rebecca Kelly, Catherine Smith, Rosie Holland, Jemima Harbottle and coxed by Isabella Trope. If you missed the opportunity to give us any of your commentary notes when your coaches or club representatives submitted your crew entry, then please drop us an email at commentary@hwr.org.uk and we'll have the opportunity to add any notes about your crew to our sort of live database that we're keeping updated throughout the weekend. So it'd be great to find out a bit more about you, about who is in your crew, how well you performed this year or at previous events, and maybe what your aspirations are from Henley Women's Regatta this year. A fantastic zoomed-in shot there of our Exeter University crew. Continuing to row into the sunlight here at Henley Women's Regatta. Leading over the crew from Leeds Rowing Club as we come into the closing stages of this race. And we're picking up our next race now in the Frank V. Harry Cup, and it is Agecroft Rowing Club versus Molesey Boat Club. So we've got a club versus club battle this time. Molesey from the Thames, just a little bit upstream of London out to the west, not quite as far as Henley. And Agecroft from the Salford Docks in Manchester, but it is Molesey, the Black Death, coming up towards the barrier, who have opened up an advantage of just over a length over Agecroft Rowing Club A. The Molesey crew of Marnie Ridley, Megan Halstead, Catherine Pearce, Lauren Copland and Alex Wenyon. Alex Wenyon, who was commentating with us a little earlier today, and I believe will be throughout some of the rest of the weekend. Coxed the Australian PR3 Coxed 4 at the first World Cup, whilst their Cox was unavailable. And they're currently leading Agecroft crew of Rosie Lindley, Charlotte Coburn, Alice Terry, Madeline Granger and Helen Craven. All of these Agecroft athletes work full-time. They row on, as well as the Salford Quays, the River Irwell in Manchester. So we have a couple of these girls in this crew coming from much further afield to row together each session. Charlotte Coburn has started rowing last year in his para and has the goal of trying to get into the para team in future years. She has one hand and uses an attachment for her arm onto the oar. It's fantastic to have her competing here in this Development 4 event. 3 of the crew were in the B boat in this event last year, who sadly didn't get much racing after being knocked out on the first day, but they've come back this year to try to beat that. Maddie at stroke is the youngest in the crew, but is the most sensible and grown up out of the whole squad. She's always prepared for everything and a brilliant person to lead this crew. This Agecroft crew have come up against a strong Molesey crew in this event. The Frank v Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours. As we can see, some of the shots from the bank here in the spectator zone. Huge number of people who've been joining us today in the heat, taking shade under the blue umbrellas you can see on the right-hand side, sampling some of the food and drinks available from our catering providers here at Henley Women's Regatta, maybe doing a bit of shopping from our commercial partners. And you can see the next of our races is on the course and already coming up towards the quarter mile, which will be the 4th out of 8 heats in the Development Cox Fours, this time between Oxford University Women's Boat Club B Crew and Surrey University. Quick update on that other race. Molesey continuing to comfortably lead over Agecroft as they're coming towards the finish line. But in this one, between Oxford University Women's Boat Club B Crew and Surrey University, already coming up towards the barrier, and it is Surrey who have a lead in this one. Sorry, and their head coach Sam Tuck put a lot of effort into this Development 4 event, with athletes that join them as experienced rowers and with those that they take on from their beginner program. They really do focus on trying to perform well in these Development Cox Fours. They think it's an event that really works for them. Up against this Oxford University Women's Boat Club B crew. Oxford crew of Helen Nielsen-Scott, Maria Nielsen-Scott, Tabitha Spindler and Katrina Marina, and Cox by Sophie Acker. So it looks like we have sisters in this Oxford crew, the Nielsen-Scotts. And the University of Surrey, represented by Eleanor Stratton, Ellen Green, Clara Stirrett, Amy Lavelle, and coxed by Eleanor Hamilton-Davis. And we can see this Surrey crew as they're coming up toward the halfway marker now.
attention. Go.
Yeah, we'll do the approaching.
So, after those 4 heats of the Frank v. Harry Cup for Development Cox Fours, we're back to the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads. And on the right-hand side, we have the first of those races, race number 74, between DSRV Laher, Netherlands, and Nottingham Rowing Club. And coming up towards the finish line, it is the Laher crew who have a comfortable lead over Nottingham into the closing stages. On the left of your screen, we have the second of those races, race number 75, between Worcester Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Nottingham University on the Buckinghamshire Station. They're just coming up towards the barrier now, and it is the Nottingham crew on the right-hand side of the picture, or now on the left-hand side of the picture, just as our camera switches over, who have a lead of around about half a length over Worcester Rowing Club. But over on the right-hand side of the screen, this incredibly impressive Laher crew. We've had a huge number of Dutch entries here at Henley Women's Regatta, and this crew is another one that's looked incredibly impressive. They've got a lead of around about 4 lengths now over Nottingham Rowing Club. And across the line they go, with Nottingham Rowing Club crossing, following them not too far behind. As we cut back to this second race, so Nottingham University, the green kit with the yellow blades, and Worcester, the dark kit with the white, red and black. Through the halfway marker, and it is Nottingham University who is still leading in this one, but Worcester are not letting them get out to clear water. They're holding that margin.
Race 76, heat of Aspirational Quads. Reading University, time. Attention.
So on the right of the screen, we've got Nottingham University continuing to lead, but off great shots off the start. One of the few races we've been able to see right from the start line between Reading University A and Tyne Rowing Club in this next heat of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads. Reading University A, big sculling centre down in the south of England, not too far from here. They put a lot of their, or almost all their attention into sculling these days. And Tyne Rowing Club and some fantastic crews. A very close relationship between Tyne Rowing Club and Newcastle University Boat Club, just across the Newburn Bridge in Newcastle. And this Tyne crew have started really, really sharply. I think we could be on for a fantastic race here between Tyne and Reading University. They're just past the end of the island, coming up towards the quarter-mile signal. And it is Tyne who have opened up a bit of an advantage at the beginning of this race. Just on the right-hand side of the screen, it was the crew from Nottingham University that crossed ahead of Worcester Rowing Club by around about a length and a half. This Reading University crew of Alexander Grocock, Finola Stratton, Flora Robertson and Leah Atkinson against the Tyne crew of Eleanor Hayes, Anna van der Brack, Elspeth Chatto and Elizabeth Fuller. And really not much to separate these two crews as they're coming up towards the barrier. I'd say maybe Reading with a ever so slight advantage after that sharp start from Tyne Rowing Club. Going through the barrier now. So Reading have that very small lead, but if Reading have settled into a stronger rhythm, we may see them continue to extend that advantage out over the next 500 metres or so. And indeed, as they move away from the barrier up towards past the old barn bar, past the Copus offices, and towards our camera here in the competitor zone, it does look as though it is Reading University that are now extending out an advantage. So I think Tyne went with the approach of fast start, try and hold on. Reading happy to get into their rhythm and row down this northeastern crew. Very polished looking quad here from Reading University Boat Club. So just over a length advantage now to Reading University. They're through the spectator zone now, through the Forley box, so well over 1,000 metres road. Coming up towards the three-quarter mile signal that signifies around about 1,200 metres of this 1,500 metre course. And I just can't get enough of this fantastic shot from our camera position here. Backlit by the sun. These silhouetted rowers powering away from that three-quarter mile signal and up towards the finish line. You can see Reading University on the right of your picture, Tyne Rowing Club on the left. And we're just picking up our next crew, next race, our last of the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads. Between an Agecroft, Leeds University and Nottingham Rowing Club Composites and Tideway Scullers School. So this composite crew of Lauren Octoloni, Sophie Bonner, Poppy Baker and Charlotte Dixon. All of the athletes in this crew on the British Rowing Start programme from the various start centres around the country. and they are up against Tideway Scullers School. You can just see in our shot here, Jenna Kempster-Taylor, Hannah Keating, Catherine Keane and Aurelia Elliott. Crew came second at Ghent this year on both days. And they are currently leading over the composites. And if this isn't a sign of crew bonding, I don't know what is. The crew have matching necklaces with their names on. There's some commitment to matching kit. Not sure even FISA requires those standards of kit matching these days. And Tideway Scullers, that crew unity is certainly helping them here as they have opened up an advantage over the start composite as we're coming up towards the barrier marker in this last heat of the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads.
Sure what it is then. Did it literally just happen then as soon as you said it?
course just now. Race number 80 between Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club A on the Berkshire Station and Birmingham University on the Buck Station. So through the quarter mile for this second batch of heats of the Development Cox Fours. As we can see, Barnesbridge Ladies there on the left of your shot and Birmingham University on the right. Make sure you can see Henley Town all the way in the background. Beautiful backdrop coming up towards the barrier now, and it is Birmingham University who have a lead of around about a third of a length over Barnesbridge Ladies as they come up towards the barrier and past our commentary position. This Birmingham University crew in the lead. It would be remiss of me not to give a shout out to Alex Darby of Uni Rowing himself. He's just been messaging me to make sure that the YouTube stream was going to be back online in time for the Birmingham race, so he could tune in, and I'm glad we could just about get it back working for you, Alex, as this Birmingham crew looking very impressive here in this heat of the Frank v Harry Cup for Development Cox Fours. The Birmingham University crew represented by Abby Lorimer, Bethany Anderson, Jasmine Down, Holly Bott and Elizabeth Townhill. But they are being pushed hard by Barnesbridge Ladies, represented by Hannah Steedman, Ellen Johnson, Samantha Weston, Megan Lewis and Cox by Anna Costantini. And Barnesbridge Ladies celebrating its 100th birthday this year. Barnesbridge Ladies, as the club is known today, relatively modern invention, but the roots go all the way back to 1922, where on the 28th of March there was a coming together of a number of rowing clubs which had links to government departments. By 1931 there were 100 women rowing out of the club. In our centenary, we are fielding our largest entry in living memory, maybe ever, to the regatta, and that's absolutely fantastic to hear. There have been a lot of Barnesbridge Ladies crews racing here today, and they are currently locked in a very tight battle with the University of Birmingham into the second half of this race now, and we can see this Birmingham crew. They established that half-length lead, but once they got there they couldn't really extend it any further. And as they go past some of the swimmers that have been keeping themselves attached onto the booms just outside the course, and going past the 3/4 mile signal that signifies about 300 metres to go, and Birmingham have extended their lead out ever so slightly. It now sits at around about 3/4 of a length over Barnesbridge Ladies, and the Tideway based crew are going to have to do something really special in the closing stages of this race if they want to get back on terms with the University of Birmingham, who've just been able to inch away ever so steadily in the second half. And our next race on the course between Wadham College and Bristol University, race number 81 on the course. We're hearing that the Wadham College crew needed some last-minute technical assistance to fix something on their boat just before the start, but the fact that they're racing means that I think they must have been able to get the support that they needed, which is good to see. We don't want to see anyone unable to race because of a technical issue. and Birmingham University. Look at this sprint they've put on. They have opened up a big advantage over Barnesbridge Ladies in the closing stages, got themselves out to clear water, just making sure they were not leaving anything to chance in the closing stages of that race. So moving on to that race now between Wadham and Bristol, the Bristol A crew. And it is Bristol who are looking really, really sharp. So this University of Bristol crew of Maisie Barnes, Tegan Ball, Laura James, Mimi Houlihan-Byrne and Sam Zito in the Cox's seat, up against the Wadham College crew of Dorothy Berthold, Kathleen McCain, Harriet Allen, Giovanna Pepich and Cox by Elizabeth Biggs. And it is the Bristol University crew who, through the quarter mile and coming up towards the barrier, have opened up a lead over the Oxford College. Fantastic to have so many of the Oxford and Cambridge colleges competing here today. Fantastic to have the strength and depth in those huge university rowing institutions, that as well as the university programs that everyone knows so well from the university boat race, that we also get these colleges competing as well. And I think Wadham are doing well to hold on to this Bristol crew here. It's maybe just over a length, maybe a length and a quarter in favour of Bristol. And I think that margin has stayed pretty consistent since the end of the island. So I think Bristol with a good, strong start. And then they're just holding on to that advantage at the moment. But as they move into the middle of the course, they're going to want to extend that out and open up a comfortable advantage. They're not going to have to worry too much about a big sprint into the closing stages. Great shot there of the Bristol University crew through the halfway marker. And that advantage that they have over Wadham College Oxford has continued to grow through the middle of this course. So into our last few races of side-by-side here on the Friday of Henley Women's Regatta before we go back to some time trials to close out the first day here. And we've got our penultimate race between Reading Rowing Club and Southampton University, race number 82. And what a humdinger we've got on our hands here. They're through the barrier, and there was not much separating Reading and Southampton then, and I don't think there's much separating Reading and Southampton now. I would say maybe Reading Rowing Club with a roundabout of canvas, a little look over from the stroke of the Reading crew just to see where their competitors are, and he would have seen that he was around about level with the bow ball of the Southampton University crew. Thomas Surridge in the Cox's seat of the Reading crew, with Samantha Love, Catherine Wybrow, Anna Bridgen and Tsitsi Chenge in the seats behind him, up against Southampton University, represented by Hannah Barrett, Amanda Gilbert, Amelia Marriott, Stephanie Gordon and Charlotte Evans. Four of these crew won the Academic Cox Fours category at the Fours Head, and they're trying to add on some success here at Henley Women's Regatta as well. So we can see our last side-by-side race of the day between Edinburgh University and Vesta, also in the Frank V. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours, is underway. But into the closing stages, as the sun dips down even more and makes it even harder for us to pick out those crews on the right-hand side of the screen. Southampton University and Reading Rowing Club. Reading had that ever so slender advantage, but as they come into the last 250 metres now, who has got something left? I would say maybe Reading still have a bit of an advantage over Southampton, but it's definitely not much. And as we pick up Edinburgh University and Vesta in that last side-by-side race, that's also still really close as they're coming up towards the barrier. The baby blues of Edinburgh and the maroon of Vesta. Not much separating them at all. I'd say maybe Edinburgh University with a small advantage. Edinburgh with a fantastic beginner programme that's delivered so much success over the last couple of years under Mike Hughes, but previously under some of their other fantastic coaches, Megan Hunter, Tom Young. But into the closing stages now of that penultimate race between Reading Rowing Club and Southampton University. On the right-hand side of your screen, it looked as though Reading Rowing Club closest to the camera. Hard to see, but I think they may have just held on over the crew from Southampton. And Edinburgh University now, we pick up that last race, and they've just slightly extended that lead over Vesta Rowing Club. Edinburgh University, big sit back in that crew, really drawing the blade all the way through. Vesta a bit more upright on the right hand side of your screen in the maroon and black. And just hearing from the commentators on the course that they think Vesta have pulled back level with Edinburgh now. We'll see as we come up towards our next camera position if that is definitely the case. Vesta on the far side of the course. The club rowers based on the Tideway. And it's dead level now as we come in towards the last 500 metres of this race. Vesta, Lorraine Wiley, Madeline Blowing, Isabel Brentford, Isabel Whitby, and Amy Young up against the Edinburgh University four of Genevieve Wilkes, Georgie Neeson, Olivia Burns, Emma Ramsey, and Ella Freeman. And there's hardly anything separating these two fantastic development fours in this heat. Just 300 metres to go now. And the Edinburgh University four may be starting to look a little bit tired. If the Vesta crew can maintain their composure in these closing stages, they may be able to complete this overtake. But there's not been much separating these two crews all the way down the course, and I don't think there's going to be much separating them in the closing stages. Vesta Rowing Club on the left of the screen may be looking a little bit sharper now as they try and raise the rate in the closing stages. Maybe only 15, 20 strokes remaining for both of these fours as they're fighting for their place in the quarter-final of the Frank v. Harry Cup. And I think Vesta look like they have executed this to perfection. They've come from behind. They held that strong rhythm through the middle of the race. And now as we come into the last few strokes, just by a small margin, around about a canvas or so, it looks as though Vesta Rowing Club are going to take the win over Edinburgh University. A fantastic, fantastic race to round out this session of side-by-side racing here at Henley Women's Regatta 2022. We are going to be back very shortly with some more time trials to round out the day's racing in the J16 events. We'll be back very soon.
and welcome back from Henley Women's Regatta for the opening day. Well, after some very exciting heats earlier, we're now back to the time trials, kicking off with the junior quads for the Nina Padwick Trophy, getting proceedings underway. Number 115, Kew House School, comprising Imogen Angus, Lily Ramikasai, Pollyanna Streeter and Cleo Patidelis. During the time trials, there will be just 8 crews qualifying, going through to tomorrow's racing, which will resume as side-by-side racing. But this evening it's the time trials, so all of these girls will be looking to qualify for a top spot back here tomorrow. Just 1,400 metres to race today, 100 metres short of the course. Most of these girls, some of these girls will be racing tomorrow, 1,500 metres. I understand this is Kew House School's first ever boat competing here at Henley Women's Regatta. A real triumph for Kew House School. No doubt looking to make their mark here this evening. Next on course, number 116, American School. American School in London, comprised of Mahalia Eddy, Alia Hadmadi, Sage Belinja Wainer, and Bridget Duffy. Now making their way down the course, Barn Elms Rowing Club, comprised of Grace Oldfield, Natasha Hims, Helena Purvis and Edith Williams. Making good work of this course, just 1,400 metres. Take a top spot with just 8 boats qualifying for tomorrow. We see on the course this evening, the wind's dropped a little bit. We had some tough conditions earlier for the heats. Really strong headwind, making for some tough conditions. Thankfully, things have calmed down a little bit this evening. The sun's still shining. It's a very, very hot day here in Henley-on-Thames.
And the next crew along is St Paul's Girls' School, the crew of Matilda Janisa, Kira Hansen-Puffer, Ira Doobie and Ava Hughes. We have Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, Amelia Flaxman, Rosa Pelly, Lily Rose Anderson and Miriam Palmer rowing for Wycliffe. For Sir William Perkins School, Amber Surbron, Katie Ford, Georgina Morrow and Addie Patient. For Great Marlow School, Olivia Fife, Poppy Spence, Charlotte Greening and Emma Downing. For Kingston Rowing Club, the J16 quad of Amy O'Brien, Millie Burrows, Sasha Khan and Angelina Zandora. For Maidenhead Rowing Club, Phoebe Johnson, Sophie Peace, Zara Soras and Phoebe Langley. For Emmanuel School, Pippa Harkin, Isabella Hudson, Freya Gustafsson Camp and Grace Stimpson. Staines Boat Club have Polly Waters, Marcella Dawson, Libby Frampton and Grace Thompson. Mossbourne Rowing Academy, Taya Tabassum, Sasha Nyamukuta, Ophelia Robinson Beadley and Georgina Fredericks. Globe Rowing Club are next with Eloise Etherington, Charlotte Vanderweel, Selam Teweld and Connie Johnson. For Trafford Rowing Club, Chloe Matthews, Olivia Effingham, Elizabeth Smart and Maisie Kirkpatrick. For Pangbourne College, Eve Allen, Imi Kingsland, Poppy Shepherd and Sophia McAlpine Swash. For Fulham Reach Boat Club, Alara Clayton, Grace Oliphant, Mia Amrooney and Georgia Marshall Say.
You get past the pontoon, get straight, and then the start marshal will get you going.
And just coming up, the George Watson's College crew of Orla McDonnell, Katie Mander, Sky Lee and Scarlett Conn. Orla McDonnell and Scarlett Conn, who raced at the St Andrews University Saints Regatta and the Beach Sprints event, now competing here at Henley Women's. Crew number 332, it represents Wallingford, Nell Peters, Aine Stanley, Rosie Powell and Cora McNulty.
Some really great sculling now with Fulham Reach on your screen. Fulham Reach not a million miles from Henley, up on the Tideway. Down in Hammersmith, Fulham. Great to see a number of crews here from quite a geography. All the way from Scotland, all the way down to London. Just a quick recap if you're joining us now. We're on the junior J16 quad sculls. competing for the Nina Padwick Trophy here this evening in Henley, with just 8 crews qualifying for tomorrow's racing. On our screen now, Pangbourne College, just up the road from here in Henley.
The crew of Eve Allen, Imi Kingsland, Poppy Shepherd and Sophia McAlpine Swash.
Great to see Pangbourne College competing here at Henley Women's Regatta. I'm not sure whether I've seen them compete in the regatta before. They definitely have very strong crews for Henley Royal. In fact, I remember competing against them many years ago, a very close or tight rivalry with Shiplake College many years ago, but these girls are making good work this evening.
We then had the Fulham Reach Boat Club, crew of Alara Clayton, Grace Oliphant, Mia Amrooney and Georgia Marshall-Say. Crew number 331, representing George Watson's College, was Orla McDonnell, Katie Mander, Sky Lee and Scarlett Conn. So on the screen at the moment is the crew numbered 337. That's Team Keen Sculling School, represented by Beatrice Robertson, Ava Bilecki, Eva Newell and Annabelle Noonan. And I would think being J16s, we've got possibly some parents or family listening in who haven't seen rowing before and might not know. So when we read the names out, we're actually talking about the bow person first. So that's the person on the left of your screen. That's the name we read first, and then we will read the person in the 2 seat, then the 3 seat, and then the person to the right of your screen in the stroke seat. So crew number 338, we have Evie Bell in the bow seat, Sophie Freudenberg in the 2 seat, Ella Smith in the 3 seat and Francesca Reeves in the stroke seat. They represent Henley Rowing Club.
Henley Rowing Club, of course, being the local boat club just towards the finish of the course here, just beyond Henley Bridge. Not too far to come for these girls, and hopefully they should take some competitive advantage away knowing this stretch of river.
On to Sir William Perkins School, crew number 339, with Alicia Maiden in the bow seat, Lucy Beaumont at 2, Charlize Butcher at 3, and Megan Gawley in the stroke seat. Representing Mossbourne Rowing Academy in the J16 quad, crew number 340, Arabella Swales, Molly Cood, Violet Humphreys and Isabella Yesufu. Lovely silhouette there of the crews as they row past our camera. So that's the Mossbourne Rowing Academy.
Yeah, some really beautiful sculling this evening, displayed from all the crews. Now on course, crew from, looks like Headington School, is it? Sorry, Henley Rowing Club. Is it?
Yeah. Yes, Headington School. So Joey Gervaccio in the bow seat, Rowena Hems in the 2 seat, Lily Parsons in the 3 seat, and Nikki DeCasia in the stroke seat, representing Headington School in this Junior 16 quadruple scull event.
Just a few more crews now finishing off their time trial this evening. This is the junior J16 quadruple sculls competing for the Nina Padwick Trophy.
And crew number 342 is again Henley Rowing Club. This crew represented by Florence Lenthal, Daisy Janes, Emma Eltz and Sophie Eltz.
Great to see real depth from the Henley Rowing Club here at Henley. Obviously being the local club, they'll no doubt be looking to really show what they've got over the next couple of days.
And here we have the third of the Kew House School Boat Club crews. This is their C crew, crew number 343, with Molly Ballantyne in the bow seat, Ava Thurnham in the 2 seat, Kezia Angus in the 3 seat, and Charlotte Taylor Aubrey in the stroke seat.
If you were watching the racing early, you might have seen some of the wind coming down the course, but this evening things have died down a little bit on the Henley stretch. You can see on the screen now it's slightly calmer weather, the headwinds dropped. Great news, a lot of these crews coming down the course, and concluding this time trial will be on to the Cox Fours in just a moment. But on your screen, Henley Rowing Club B crew making good work as they approach the finish.
Yeah, look very together, don't they? Be exciting to see. I mean, it's going to be very close if only 8 crews progress through from all of these time trialists.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing event this year with over 2,000 athletes racing. I understand this was a record number of crews entered into the event this year.
Other Henley Rowing Club crew there as they come past the camera. And working, yes, that Kew House School Boat Club was the final entry listed in our Junior 16 quadruple scull. So
and kicking off the J16 Cox Fours, Wallingford Rowing Club A, now on course. These crews on your screen now competing for the West End Amateur Rowing.
crew number 350 is Wimbledon High School Boat Club, Lily Broom, Mia Parladorio, Katie Kress and Frances Weir, coxed by Tony Bennett. Crew number 351 are Emmanuel School, Rosie Trevelyan Clark, Amelia Molloy, Alice Brown and Emma Renton, coxed by Phoebe Packman. Crew number 352 is Glasgow Academy, Sophia Nielsen, Emma Steele, Florence Ansell and Chloe Hunter, coxed by Rebecca Miller. Pangbourne College, crew number 353, are represented by Olivia Alexopoulos, Kitty Thomas, Ruby Malem and Clover Merry, coxed by Hannah Humphrey Evans. Surbiton High School are crew number 354, represented by Phoebe Williams, Andrea Isla Pujol, Steffi Brewer and Rosie Kadira, and coxed by Ellie Fine. Kew House School Boat Club have a crew of Tabitha Smith, Eva Atkinson, Alexandra Brileva and Elsie English, coxed by Emma Llewellyn. They are crew number 355. And 356 is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, represented by Isla Petty, Sophie Sinclair, Anna Donald and Penny Irvin, coxed by Erin Gibson. Crew number 357 is Lady Eleanor Hollis School, with such a fine tradition in junior schools rowing. This year, their coxed for is Anna Canas Maltini, Lucy Pitt, Holly Betterley and Chloe Chen, coxed by Ariana Chan. The Headington School crew is crew number 358. Their crew is Isabel Jeans, Juliet Anthony, Violetta Petrochenko and Sophie Falcon, coxed by Alison Powell. Godolphin and Latimer School are crew number 359, represented by Miranda McLaughlin, Hannah Bizancic, Lauren Hodgkins and Zoe Mosios, coxed by Charlotte Long. .360 is Wallingford Rowing Club. Amelie Brett, Martha Hudson, Zara Richardson and Matilda Sizer, coxed by Mira Clark. Crew number 361 is Sir William Perkins School, Jasmine Emeran, Emily Fletcher, Larissa Oliver Warman and Lottie Harvey, coxed by Millie Shuttleworth. Surbiton High School are crew number 362, represented by Kiara Lowe, Leah Farcarson, Hannah Milucik, Sophia Hackworth and their cox Hannah Jacob. Crew number 363 is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They are represented by Tamara Brew, Emily Simpson, Charlotte Arthur and Margaret Seward, coxed by Lily Arthur.
Well, as you can see on your screens now, a brilliant display of rowing in the J16 Cox Fours. These girls competing for the West End Amateur Rowing Association trophy. Just 8 crews qualifying for tomorrow. Really tough racing time trial, not side by side. You really are racing yourself against the clock.
Yeah, it's wonderful that the conditions have settled a little from the earlier very strong headwind. The girls getting a good chance to show their best stuff this evening, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. As we saw earlier in some of the heats, it really was getting quite choppy out there. Big old headwind, but I'm told tomorrow the weather will change. Hopefully we're going to have a strong tailwind. Hopefully we'll see some good course records.
That would be exciting, yes. Yeah, very tough steering today, especially if you're an inexperienced crew. And of course, in the J16s, we're expecting that a lot of them are. We know some of these crews raced at the National Schools Regatta recently and hopefully got some good experiences there. And I believe the schools head went ahead this year, which is good. Slowly getting back into our normal rowing cycle, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. Going back to the steering, you'll notice on your screen that the wooden booms either side of the course, which you don't really get in many other races here in the UK. Pretty unique to Henley, but it certainly adds another element to the steering. As soon as you make contact with those booms, your race is almost over. Very, very fine line. On your screen now, a nice shot of Temple Island.
Yeah, beautiful in the evening sun. Yeah, that was a tricky one today because it was very calm around the back of the island where they started, and then you just reached where we can see now a crew just coming past the end of the island, presumably out for a training row now that the time trial is over. And that wind really hit them, didn't it? And a lot of crews struggled with their steering at that point.
Yes, definitely. I think hopefully conditions will be somewhat better tomorrow, slightly less of a headwind. But just as a reminder, we'll be back at 8:15 tomorrow morning for a few more time trials before we get some more of the heats underway.
I'm looking forward to that.
Well, thank you very much again for joining us this evening for these heats here at Henley Women's Regatta 2022. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:15 when racing will commence with a few more time trials before we get the heats and the semi-finals back underway.
And we look forward to you joining us then.